of Bills Chiefs, the first game, the regular season game this year, was like the most watched regular season game since Tom Brady v. Peyton Manning in 2007.
Okay.
So we love Bills Chiefs.
Yes.
So you can't I can't ask the question what sports matchup gets the highest ratings because it's going to be
Of course.
from the NFL. It's going to be whoever plays in the Super Bowl. But what I'm thinking about is what are the best matchups that get the best ratings in each sport? And I think that we're getting spoiled.
We're like in a golden age of that right now, kind of.
Well, I mean, we've gotten them a lot lately. And the Bills Chiefs might be the number one matchup in all of sports that would get the high. Yes. Yeah. Don't you think? Because
it's darn close to it. Yeah.
I don't know what else would be.
I mean, something like a Yankees-Dodgers is very much
Yankees. So I looked at
it depends what sports you're a fan of.
Of course.
But because that it doesn't really get any more perfect than that. The East Coast, West Coast, the like classic. I mean, people say they like plucky underdogs, but like America as a whole does not. No. They want the winners, the front runners, the guys who we have seen lift the trophy before.
Well, the best teams make the best matchups, and that's what we want.
Yeah.
In college basketball, first, second round, we can live with the David versus Goliath, give the little guy a shot. But you're right. I mean, we get to the Final Four, we want the big boys. And that's true of all sports. So I looked up the ratings. Yankees-Dodgers, the peak was Game 5, and that was the final game. And it got 18 million.
Okay. That actually surprises me.
Is that high or low?
I didn't think he would get that many.
Yeah, that's pretty high. I mean, Yankees, that's as good as it gets for baseball.
Of course, yeah.
Now, Ohio State, Notre Dame got 22 million.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at Ohio State, Texas, or Ohio State, Oregon, those games were just right underneath that 22 million. So those three were all over 20 million.
Yeah, and if Ohio State, Notre Dame, I think had been a better game through and through, that number would have been higher too. But it looked for a little while like it wasn't going to be much of a game.
And then you had Bills, Chiefs. The first time the regular season game got over 30 million. And this one will get, this one will get 50 to 55 million. What else is there? Sports, any sport. Like you're a hockey guy. What matchup in hockey gets the highest rating?
I mean, like McDavid being in usually it's superstars being in there. Like McDavid
not
being
teams.
in the Cup last year was a big deal, but the Florida Panthers being in the Cup was not.
I don't know. Who are the most popular?
Well, people like the original 6 teams in hockey. So,
and who is that?
That's the.
Should I know that?
Probably. It's the Maple Leafs, the Canadiens, the Bruins, the Blackhawks. Who am I missing now? I haven't gone through this in a while, but yeah, it's basically like the Red Wings definitely, and I don't know. I can figure out the fifth.
So
the sixth one, but
the two bluest of bloods in hockey.
Yeah, kind of moves the needle most for people.
Would be 2 of those 6 teams?
Well, especially now when, Canada still hasn't won a freaking cup in, 30 years. So any of the, but especially if you get one of the original 6, you get the Canadians in there who haven't had one in forever. I think they might have even had the last. I think they did have the last. They beat Gretzky's Kings.
So Final Four, we would want Duke, Kentucky.
Your Jayhawks.
Kansas.
UNC.
Maybe UConn.
North Carolina.
I was reading today, North Carolina might not even make the tournament.
Oh, yeah, they're bad.
They're
right
not
now.
very good.
Yeah.
NBA Finals, it's probably, I hate to say this, but it's probably Lakers-Celtics. We just saw that last night, by the way.
Yeah.
Lakers handled them. How about that?
Yeah, a little bit surprising.
But, yeah, it's probably Lakers-Celtics. Maybe Lakers-Knicks could be interesting for people. But we're getting, all this to say, you're right. Bills-Chiefs this weekend, and then we had some big brands in the college football playoff, and we had Yankees-Dodgers. I think we're getting some good sports lately. Some really good sports. So anyway, let's get started. We're gonna start with Conference Championship Sippy Cup. Can Josh Allen slay the dragon? And just as quickly as we spoke about Pete Carroll to Dallas yesterday, Pete Carroll is not going to Dallas today. He is going to Las Vegas.
The offense was ripping.
Which yesterday we were talking about it. I think Pete Carroll to Dallas was actually a pretty decent hire for them. I don't know if it's as good for the Raiders, considering they don't have a quarterback and they don't have as good of a roster. But interesting. He will be the oldest. He'll be the oldest head coach in NFL history, believe it or not. So we'll get to that coming up as well, and some other stuff. I'm going to tell you tonight why the bourbon boom may be over, and we will sum up the trouble with Gen Zers in one easy anecdote. So,
I'm excited for this.
I'm too.
The excitement, it's palpable.
Can you feel it?
Yeah. Catch the fever.
Let's take a break, and when we come back, our conference championship sippy cup on the fan.
Yeah.
Classic and Soup
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design.
on 1080 The Fan.
So on the topic of turnovers and why some teams or quarterbacks are good at them, good at holding on to the ball, not turning it over, and others aren't. I did look up the quarterback all time with the best interception percentage ratio relative to his attempts.
The text line was hitting us up with Aaron Rodgers quite
It
a
is
bit.
indeed Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers is 1, Matt Ryan 2,
Okay.
and Tom Brady 3. Fumble percentage. Now, I'm having a hard time finding that combined, interceptions and fumbles.
Okay, yeah.
So it's two separate stats. But right now, Justin Herbert gets credited for, he only had 2 fumbles this year, which is the fewest of any starter.
Yeah, I specifically remember Jim Harbaugh talking about how amazing his hand strength is.
Yeah, well, he's got big old mitts.
Yeah, he does.
And so that helps. And he just doesn't fumble, but he's thrown several picks. Now, Josh Allen, his interception ratio or interception percentage when he started his rookie year was 3.8%, which was not great. He had 10 touchdowns and 12 interceptions. But it's all the way down to 1.2 this year. Now, last year he threw 18 picks. He threw a lot last year. He threw more last year than I remember.
Yeah.
He threw 18.
Right. He's not doing it at the clip he used to be doing it at.
Yeah, I just thought that he had been doing that much better for a couple of years, but he really hadn't. It's only been this year that he's been really good at 1.2. Best ever INT percentage per attempt for Josh Allen. So that bodes well for him. I don't think he slays the dragon. I was thinking, again, more about this game today, and I don't know how you can bet against Kansas City in the conference championship at home against Buffalo.
And that's what the public's doing. Do you know that? It's like 61% of tickets are on Buffalo.
That doesn't surprise me. And the reason that doesn't surprise me is because Kansas City they just don't, if you watch them, they just don't strike a lot of confidence in you. But
they've lost the wow factor they used to have.
For sure. I mean, they're not nearly as explosive, obviously, explosive
No,
offensive.
they're still the Chiefs, but they're not
They just have
the
Patrick
version
Mahomes,
that started winning Super Bowls.
And they have great defense. And I think there are some that are starting to spite bet against them because they don't want to see them in the Super Bowl. And the Bills are, look, come on, the nation loves the Bills. And, so I think that there's some of that.
Yeah, they're the Cubs of football.
It's just, both teams are so trustworthy. I mean, it should be a one-score game. They'll both have their moments. So, it's just like any other game. It comes down to the variance, like a key third down or a turnover here or there, and that's it. I just trust KC. They win these games. And to me, the one thing that beats them is a turnover or two like Lamar Jackson did last week. And if you don't see that, and they don't do that very often, I think Kansas City wins like they always do. So it's just a classic, absolutely classic matchup. But when the number 1 seed at home is 20-5 straight up in the conference championship round, you've had 3 playoff matchups between these teams, and Kansas City's won all 3.
It's kind of a prove it to me first situation. Right?
Well, it's like this. I think about it like, because when we talk about betting, sometimes I'll say bet numbers, not teams. And what that means is when you're betting, what you try to do is you try to get the best of the number. Meaning if you like a team who is -4, you just want to place a good bet. Doesn't mean that team's going to win. A good bet is that team -3.
Getting more value out of it, yeah.
That's a good bet because you got it at 3 when it closes at 4. So you want to try to make more bets like that. If 80% of your bets are like that, you're going to be pretty good sports gambler. But so there's no such thing as a sure bet. You just you bet numbers, not teams. But if you are betting teams, which there is obviously crossover, I can't think of a team more trustworthy. Now, I wouldn't say this if they're laying a bunch of points because they don't cover when they're laying 8 and 9.
No, but like 3 or less inside of a field goal? Yeah.
Inside of a field goal at home in the playoffs, can you give me a team in all of sports that is a good bet. Look, I'm not
No, and
saying
I heard a
they're going to
stat
win.
on this yesterday, and it's that Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs has been an underdog or a favorite of 3 or less 7 times, and he's 7-0.
Yeah, right.
So, like, close games or the other team even
look,
favored a little bit, they go win those games.
and the spread is 2. So to me, and I may lose the bet, but to me, I think I am placing a good bet by betting on Kansas City here because, like I said, find me another team in all of sports that you can trust as much as this team. I just think that's a good bet. I don't want to be sitting there watching that game rooting against Patrick Mahomes because I know Patrick Mahomes is about to rip my heart out.
He's going to pull it out
He's
again.
going to do it.
Yeah.
And that's maddening. And the way I know that is I've bet against them in the playoffs before.
Because we've seen this story.
I've been on the other end of it. I'm like, they're not that. They're going to lose. Josh Allen's going to get him. Lamar's going to get him. I had Baltimore last year against Kansas City in the conference championship. Lost my money. So that's the way I'm looking at this game is I trust Kansas City. I think it's a good bet blindly. It is just a good bet to have them in this spot only laying 2. That said, it is such a close game. Both teams are so good that just like pretty much all the other matchups, I think there was one playoff matchup between these two that Kansas City won by double digits. Other than that, we remember the game that went to overtime. We remember that. I mean, it's been a...
And there was, but it was a garbage time thing. It was like they scored their last touchdown in the last 30 seconds or something. It was like went from like a 2-point game to a 9-point game.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a one-score game either way, but I just trust Kansas City in that spot. That's what they do. So that's how I'm looking at that one. And then on the other side, man, I was thinking about the coordinators today. And I'm sitting here going, man, Vic Fangio is so good. Cliff Kingsbury is going to have to bring his A game. What does he cook up against Vic Fangio? But then I thought about the other side of the ball, and I saw you shot me this on social media. Joe Witt, I think is his name, is the defensive coordinator in Washington. Now, of course, their defense has the Dan Quinn stamp on it, but he says they are going to hurt Jalen Hurts, or they are going to hit Jalen Hurts like he's a runner. Well, duh, of course. I mean, if he is a runner, I don't think there's a quarterback that doesn't expect to get popped once he becomes a runner.
It wasn't like this groundbreaking thing, but also most coaches don't say it. It was almost like a warning shot.
Yeah, and they're trying to get in their head, and especially with Hurts all banged up.
And I think they're trying to remind the refs ahead of time.
Yeah, exactly.
That, like, listen, we know he's a quarterback, but if he opts to do this, then he isn't, and we're going to act as such.
That's right, because we just had that with Mahomes.
Yep.
And, he was a runner. So you can't throw that flag. They're going to hit him. And so I was thinking about Joe Witt. I'm like, what the hell is Joe Witt going to pull out of his ass against the Eagles offense? And that's where I keep coming back to. I don't think they stop Barkley. I just don't. And so I just feel like Washington's offense is going to have to be stellar, and they're going against Vic Fangio. That's a Steve Spagnuolo level guy in this spot. I trust Philly. That's where I've come down on it. I think it's Philly, Kansas City Super Bowl, which I know doesn't make people all that excited. I don't know if you like Super Bowl rematches. We seem to get a lot of them. And for obvious reasons.
I don't totally care. I mean, what I end up wanting is a good game in the Super Bowl, and if that's what that produces, I don't care whether it's a rematch or if it's a new matchup.
Well, last year was a good game.
Yeah.
2 years ago was a good game. I mean, the Chiefs,
the Chiefs played good games in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they've played some good Super Bowls.
Yeah.
There have been some really good. Actually, I mean, all 3 of them have been really good, right?
Yeah, the
both Niners and the
the first one they came back from 10 down in the second half.
I wonder if Sean McDermott's going to have another too conservative moment. I thought
Certainly
that
possible.
Yeah, he scares me a little bit if I'm on Buffalo. That late field goal last week was a little questionable.
As good as Allen has been, the fact that you've seen Mahomes do it so many times, and I mean, the things that I almost always look at first when it gets to this point in the season: head coach, quarterback, who has the advantage? Still has to be Kansas City.
Yeah.
As good as Allen has been, as good as McDermott has been, you still have to go with Reed and Mahomes.
Yeah, again, just trustworthy. But I also think that at this level, you go down to coordinator matchups too. I think
sure.
It's a very big thing.
Yep.
And I just don't know much about Joe Witt, although, like I said, I think it's more Dan Quinn defensively. But I don't know how they stop Barkley. Another thing is too that came out today is Taylor Rapp for the Bills is not going to play.
That's right. That that makes me like Kansas City that much more. They were going to put a rookie in.
Yeah. Cole Bishop
Out
of Utah. Second-round pick. Now, he started 4 games this year, but the thing about Rapp and the thing about the Bills, and I think this is part of the reason why a lot of people do like Buffalo, is that they have seen Kansas City multiple times. Like, they are not scared of Kansas City. They just beat Kansas City this year.
Yep.
So they know how to play Kansas City. So I think that gives people some, that makes them feel a little bit more comfortable. But Taylor Rapp, that's a guy who's played in this series, and Cole Bishop is a guy who has not. So that could be the difference. I mean, I don't know how much of the Eagles-Rams game you watched, but when Quinyon Mitchell went out of there and the backup was in there,
They picked on him.
They picked on that kid, and I feel like the snow got in the way because the game it was just kind of hold on to your hat type of game. But if that's in a dome, if that's in LA, I wonder if that couldn't be a difference in the Rams winning that game. But we'll never know. I just mean that can be a matchup like that. Cole Bishop, one mistake here or there in a game like this could be the difference.
Yeah, and I've heard some analysts say that Buffalo's a little bit weak over the middle of the field anyways, and that's some of the bread and butter for the Chiefs with Kelsey and
Doesn't
Mahomes.
That terrify you if you're playing Kansas City?
Yes.
With Kelsey?
Yeah.
God.
Who Kelsey just basically, he's got 19 playoff appearances and he averages 7 catches for 100 yards. And a touchdown. He has 19 touchdowns in 19 playoff games.
Yeah, I was thinking about them today, about outside of him. It is amazing. He's going to get his. He's great.
Yep.
Mahomes will find him. They'll get him open. But who else in Kansas City even remotely scares you?
So now it's Xavier Worthy, I think.
You think he's? I mean,
and the reason I say that, I was digging into the numbers a little bit today myself, and he's basically been putting up 40 to 50 yards a game for them minimum for the last 2 months. And the thing is, he's ultra explosive. He was like the fastest guy in the draft when they got him, and so it's not that they hit him on that many deep shots, but he has the speed to stress the defense, and they try to force the ball to him to stress the defense. I think that makes things easier a little bit for everybody else, but they don't have many weapons that really scare you at this point.
Yeah, Worthy. So you remember last year when Zay Flowers dropped? Was it a big? It was like right on the goal line or something, or maybe he fumbled on the goal line.
Yeah, it was the fumble.
Yeah,
it was the fumble. Yeah,
it was against the Chiefs, right?
Uh-huh.
Worthy is a candidate for that.
To do something like that.
to me, he is. Yeah, well, he's young. I mean, he's inexperienced.
Yeah,
it's a big moment. And Kansas City, this is what we're going to talk about with Joey and what we've been talking about all week is teams that take care of the ball versus teams that don't. That's why you just go back to Mahomes, Kelsey, and the bread and butters, the Worthies and the guys like that scare you. Pacheco is another one. You brought up Pacheco. That guy, you said that he hasn't broken a run over 11 yards all year?
Well, yeah, again, I was listening to another podcast. It's not quite there, but he's had 88 carries because he was injured for a lot of the early part of the season and came back in the last month or so. It's 88 carries, and 86 of them have gone for 10 or fewer yards. So he's got 2 carries that have gone over the distance of a first down.
Wow. And this is why people bet on Buffalo. They're like,
yep.
Pacheco doesn't scare you? Like, who scares
you? Who does?
His name is Patrick.
Yeah. But it's like, but who does he even have? Old man Kelsey and what else?
But he gets it to him.
I know.
He gets it to him.
But again, you see the logic in why you bet against that. You're like, they could stop that.
Not this guy.
Not this
gambler.
This guy either.
I'm on Kansas City. So we'll see. We'll talk more about it with Joey Harrington coming up later. Pete Carroll. He's back in the game. That's next. Here's Buck.
This is a Conference Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, breaking news in the NFL today as former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll will be named the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. It's reportedly a 3-year deal with a team option for a 4th season. Carroll will be 74 years old at the beginning of the next season. In the NFC South, the Houston Texans have fired offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick and offensive line coach Chris Strasser. Slowick lasted just 2 seasons with the franchise. On the field, Bills safety Taylor Rapp has been ruled out for the AFC title game with hip and back injuries. Rookie Cole Bishop will play in Rapp's place alongside DeMar Hamlin. Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins has announced he will leave school and pursue his pro career entering the NFL draft. Meanwhile, the college football playoff announced that the 2027 championship game will be played at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Next season's title game will be played in Miami. The Blazers look to sweep their 3-game road trip and win their 4th straight overall game when they visit the Charlotte Hornets this afternoon. DeAndre Ayton, Robert Williams, and Matisse Thybulle are all out for Portland. Tip-off coming up at 4 o'clock. The Hornets are favored by 4.5. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns, and the
with Isaac and Sue
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design.
on 1080 The Fan.
Let's do that.
All right, the coaching carousel turning again today. Pete Carroll hired by the Raiders. We were just talking yesterday about him emerging in Dallas. And I was saying I thought that Dallas stumbling into Pete Carroll would actually have been good. I thought he's a great fit in Dallas.
Yeah, we like that idea.
Yeah, you liked it too. It's like we kind of likened it to Pete Carroll at USC. Just a good fit for kind of the glitz and glamour culture and the wild stuff that goes on there.
Yeah, it's a little bit different animal than what the rest of the jobs are, but kind of proof handling that big atmosphere and all of that goes with it, all the bells and whistles.
And he's a good leader. He can keep people together, bring people together, and they have a quarterback and they have a decent roster. Raiders a little different. I mean, I don't know if this is a great hire for the Raiders, but I also don't know who else the Raiders could have gotten. It sounds like Ben Johnson didn't want that job because the Bears have a quarterback and the Raiders don't. So they lost out on him, and I see why he may have been, at the top of their list. But Pete, I mean, he's stable. He's accomplished. He's, like I said, he's a great leader. I think he's a better hire in Dallas, but good hire for the Raiders? I mean, I guess it just depends how he works with this GM. I think a lot of this is Tom Brady's new GM that he brought in was a guy he played with at Michigan, and he knew him from his time in Tampa, and he is a first-year GM. He's only been an assistant. So I think what the idea here is, Brady is saying,
You can almost lean on some of Carroll's expertise in that realm. And
you got the old guy. He's going to be the oldest head coach in NFL history, by the way. He looks great.
Yeah, he looks fantastic. He does not look like he's going to be 74 in September.
He looks great. He is older than Bill Belichick, and that should stun you if you see a side-by-side of what they look like right now. But I just think that what Brady's doing here, he's like, I got a young GM, but I got an older coach, who has also been kind of in the personnel. He's been kind of a co-GM, with John Schneider in Seattle, so he knows that area of it. And that could be a good match to help the young GM. So I don't know. I see what they're doing. I got to tell you, since Tom Brady became a minority owner of the Raiders, a lot of what's gone on with him has seemed and felt a lot better than with Mark Davis.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So happy to see Pete back. I think Suk would be stunned, right? Wasn't Suk just laughing at the notion of Pete Carroll or Bill Belichick getting an NFL job? And
especially with Carroll's name wasn't kicked around at all until like a couple weeks ago.
I know, it just came up late.
Because you would have thought, we knew about the Bears, mid-season, and he was a name that recently got connected to that job before Ben Johnson landed there, and it's like Pete came out of nowhere, whereas all the other candidates we've kind of been talking about for a while now.
Well, I think I assume this happens every year where we get the same names and you cycle through them and you interview them, and you and some get picked off. The best ones get picked off, and then you're left looking at these names and none of them blow your hair back, and then you go back to the old, and then guys like Pete Carroll emerge because you're like, oh, wait a minute, there's a guy who's won a Super Bowl sitting out there, who's also won a college championship. Like, how many guys have done that? And he's a little bit more stable and a little bit more of a known commodity. He starts looking better and better as the candidates get weaker and weaker, because you're down at the end of the barrel here. I mean, the Cowboys are talking about Brian Schottenheimer, for heaven's sakes. I mean, my God. What if I told you that a year ago? What if I told you that? A year ago.
You could tell me that right now and I'll still laugh.
Well, a year ago, Mike McCarthy was on the hot seat, right? It was at the Niners game. They get blown out, and it's like, I don't know, is McCarthy the guy? If I told you at that time, hey, you know who they are going to move on from Mike McCarthy, and you know who they're going to hire? Brian Schottenheimer. You guys would laugh at me.
Why would they do that?
Yeah, they're not going to do that. I mean, they may fire McCarthy, but it's not going to be Brian Schottenheimer. Well, sure enough, it's probably going to be Brian Schottenheimer. That's where we're at. So I don't know who's a worse owner, Jerry Jones or this guy from the Jags. But that's something we need to get into next. This whole Liam Cohen thing is bananas. That guy is now going to be the coach of the Jags. So now we're left with Saints and Cowboys, the only two vacancies that need to be filled.
Yep.
Do you know who the previous oldest coach was?
Ooh,
It wasn't Belichick.
Let's see.
I've got 3 names here. He was 73 in 2020.
Oh, okay. So it's somebody who's not coaching anymore.
No.
Like I thought you were saying active, but okay. So
No. The oldest coach ever in the NFL will be Pete Carroll now that he's returning
Right,
at 74. But this guy was 73 in 2020. He was at the
Wade
time.
Phillips still kicking around?
Ooh, that's a good guess. No, it was Romeo Crennel.
Oh, okay.
Your boy Romeo Crennel was the oldest coach.
My boy.
Previous to that, Marv Levy and
Uh-huh.
George Hallis both coached at the age of 72.
Yeah, I would have got Levy pretty quick.
And you may be thinking, well, what about Belichick? Well, Belichick's 73 right now. He's been out of the NFL for 2 years.
Yeah.
So he's old, but not as old as those guys. So Pete's going to be the oldest head coach in NFL history. He got a 3-year deal. And I think they said there's an option for a 4th year. And I don't hate it for the Raiders, but I also,
It's hard to know.
yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, if they got Ben Johnson,
They could have done a lot worse,
I don't
I
know.
think.
They could have, but I don't.
But we also don't know that Pete's going to be good.
It's really about the roster and who they get at quarterback.
Yeah, which then kind of falls to the GM. And by the way, the GM was hired. The new GM was hired before they landed on Carroll. So
That's true.
you got to imagine there's some synergy here
Synergy with what do you mean?
between these two. That it's not like
Oh.
one got stuck with the other. Right?
Yeah.
The
You mean the
new
GM
GM came in.
He was
and
sitting in
after
on.
that he then brought in. They brought in Carroll.
You're saying he was sitting in on Carroll interviews.
Yeah, I would think so. I don't think it's like they got
Yeah.
these two guys separately, like piecemeal. You know what I mean?
You think he called him old man?
Maybe.
You want to coach this team, old man? Pete chewing his gum out there. I love Pete Carroll.
Yeah, he does give that gum a mean chomp.
I know a lot of people don't like him, but as time goes by, I tend to wonder why he's not more revered for what he's accomplished.
Pretty impressive.
It was amazing. All right. Oh yeah, we'll get to the Liam Cohen saga coming up next, and then Friday randoms after that here on the Fan. All right, so I got to stick around and tell you about the Nation, Window Nation, where windows right now are not just 50% off; they are 60% off. If you have not been following the last couple days, Window Nation, just for January, so just another week or so, they have upped their offer from 50% off all window styles to 60% off all window styles, and you can pay nothing with no interest for 2 years. So this deal going on right now at Window Nation. They have an A+ BBB rating. They have the best installers in the country. They are the most experienced. 96% of their installations require no follow-up service. They have a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 33,000 5-star reviews on Google. And if something were to go wrong, they have a lifetime warranty, best in the industry, on every one of the windows that they install. So, and they're made locally for our climate here by Milgard. So, Window Nation, if you need windows for your home, offering 60% off window styles right now and pay nothing with no interest for 2 years. So, to get a free no obligation quote, you can call them at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or you can schedule by logging on to windownation.com.
Yeah.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
It was a perfect weekend of football. Like, I know the Commanders were 10 out of 10, no notes.
Yeah, same.
No complaint. Every game you can make could have been there. No, dude, every game was compelling, had fun storylines, controversy, somewhat competitive. They kept you around the entire time. 10 out of 10 divisional round, no notes from me.
And the ratings show it. I mean, Bills Ravens got 40 million viewers.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Need inspiration? Shop Fred Meyer for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices, like digital
midweek edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design.
on 1080 The Fan.
All right, coming up next hour, odds on the Blazers landing Cooper Flagg and hot Ryan Day talk. Been thinking a lot about him. An inordinate amount of time I've spent thinking about Ryan Day this week. So we'll get to that. But this Liam Cohen story is really wild.
It's getting weirder with every detail that comes out.
Yeah, so he's the offensive coordinator in Tampa. Last week, he said, I'm out of the running for the Jags job. Hours later, the Jags fire their GM. And a couple of days later, Cohen is back in their building, and they have backed up the Brinks truck for him, and they have landed him.
Yeah.
So he's going to be the coach of the Jags. What ended up happening, and the details of it are where it gets wild. I guess Shad Khan, is it Shad or Shad?
I believe it's Shad.
Shad. He's the owner of the Jags. So Cohen didn't want to work with Trent Baalke. So that's why he backed out.
And based on reports, seemed like was not the first coach that didn't want to work with Baalke.
So Khan gets wind of this and goes, all right, well, Baalke's out of here. Well, Tampa has already come back to Cohen and offered him a deal that would pay him like, I think they said it was like $5 million a year. He'd been one of the highest paid coordinators in the
He'd basically
league.
be one of, if not the highest paid OC out there.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be making more than whoever the Cowboys are going to hire as head coach. It's crazy. So he was going to sign that, but then he doesn't show up to sign that deal. And the Bucs can't get a hold of him.
Ghosted.
They're like, where's Liam? Well, he's in Jacksonville.
Oh.
And apparently, Shad Khan said to Cohen, he said, I will pay you Ben Johnson money. And for those that don't know, Ben Johnson just got hired with the Bears, and he is making $13 million per year.
Mm-hmm.
And you can pick the GM.
Yeah, so we're sorry about that whole thing where you didn't like our old GM. We want you so bad, we'll pay you as much as the highest paid new guy's getting. Oh, and by the way, you can choose your boss.
And so why would he not take that?
Excuse me.
So Cohen is the Jags coach. Now, was it Albert Breer that had the story today? That one of the reasons that it was all hush-hush and it seemed kind of secretive with Cohen going back to Jacksonville is that Shad Khan had not conducted enough interviews with minority candidates to satisfy the Rooney Rule. So before they could bring Cohen back in and hire him, they had to bring in a minority candidate to interview.
Right.
And
They basically couldn't pull the trigger yet, but if all the minority candidates know that they have their guy, why are they showing up for an interview? So
they didn't want it to be known that Cohen was going back there. So Patrick Graham, who I believe is the Giants defensive coordinator, I think.
I'll have to check that.
Am I
I don't
right
know.
about that? He's African-American, and he was scheduled to interview in Jacksonville, so they wanted to keep it on the down low so that he wouldn't cancel.
He's the Raiders DC.
Raiders, okay. And they wanted to keep it on the down low so that he wouldn't cancel, knowing that he wasn't going to get the job that Cohen was, which is, I mean, come on with this. I mean, God. So I don't know who's a worse owner, Jerry Jones or Shad Khan, but ultimately Khan got his guy. I don't know if Cohen's any good, but boy, they backed up the Brinks truck for him.
Somebody pointed out this will be his 5th job in 5 years for Cohen.
For Cohen?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's he been before Tampa?
Let me pull it up.
But at least Khan is paying what it takes to get his guy. I mean, I respect that. Jerry's not even doing that. He's like trying to lowball everybody.
So he'll be Jacksonville's head coach this year. He just did 1 year as the OC for Tampa. He did 1 year as the OC for Kentucky in college. Did 1 year as the OC for the Rams in 2002. He was the year before that 1 year as the OC back at Kentucky. Before that, he was the Rams quarterbacks coach for 3 years.
So he's a McVay guy?
It sounds like it.
What year did you say he was with L.A.?
He started with L.A. as an assistant wide receivers coach in 2018. He became their quarterbacks coach, or assistant quarterbacks coach in 2020. Then he left for the college ranks. Then he came back to the Rams to be their OC for 1 year, went back to college for a year, and then went back to the NFL again for the Bucs for 1 year, and now Jaguars.
Is it a red flag that the 1 year he went back to LA to BOC, they were 5-12, and it was the year right after they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, so and that's a weird one, right? Because they gutted like all of their future capital and everything to win that Super Bowl. So I know that the kind of hangover was very real for that team. So I don't know how much of that is on him, but it's a little bit odd that he wouldn't have stuck. I mean, you wouldn't think that the Kentucky job is any better than the Rams job. So why did he lose it?
Yeah, that's a red flag. Five jobs in 5 years. That's wild. So I don't know. I don't know if he's any good. I mean, he made Baker Mayfield look pretty good this year.
And Baker is now going to have his 8th offensive coordinator in 8 seasons.
You're kidding.
No.
My God.
Because of the different places he went, they've been cycling through him at all 3 of his last stops.
That's rough. I mean, didn't Alex Smith have that?
Yeah.
7-7 or something?
I think, and it was 7-7, and it was 5 head coaches over that period of time, something like that.
Good grief. Well, better hire. Say it right now. Jags or Raiders? I'm going to go Raiders.
Yeah, I will too.
Better hire, Jets or Raiders?
Probably Jets.
You like Aaron Glenn?
I'm not sure how much juice Pete Carroll has left, and I think Aaron Glenn has plenty. So whether Aaron Glenn's is better, whether his top is better than Pete Carroll's, I still think Aaron Glenn probably is more likely to have whatever his fastball is than Pete Carroll is.
Best hire of the cycle? Is it Ben Johnson?
It might be.
He's the biggest name, but...
Yeah.
Well, actually, he's not the biggest name. Pete Carroll is.
Well, yeah.
But Ben Johnson's like the most coveted guy out there.
Yeah.
Because of his offense. But I don't know if that's... I don't know.
It's still crazy to me that Dallas is one of the 2 jobs still open of the 6. Like,
better job, Dallas or New Orleans? Probably Dallas.
More resources in Dallas, you'd imagine, but
still,
man,
you want that? I'm convinced.
So much meddling.
I'm convinced no one wants a Dallas job, and that's why he is not.
Seems like it.
Hiring a coach, or hasn't yet, and I don't think anybody really wants the Saints job. But you're going to with Dallas, you have a case of the supposeds. You have a guy who thinks he should be able to get whoever he wants, versus New Orleans, who surely has to know. Yeah, look, you're not going to get your pick of the litter.
Yeah,
it's a low level NFL job. But the Cowboys, it's like thought of as like the job,
right?
But it's really not, because nobody wants to work with Jerry, and he's going to lowball them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's going to pay you less and get up in your business, and that doesn't sound fun to
most
people.
Guys don't want to do that.
No,
but they do have a quarterback, so
yeah,
maybe they should have just kept McCarthy.
Maybe if they're gonna go with Schottenheimer, then yes, they should have just kept McCarthy.
So somebody on the Vancouver 4 text line, Dallas is waiting on one of the coaches from the Final Four teams. Bank on it. Maybe Cliff Kingsbury. That's possible.
Well, and we mentioned Spagnuolo yesterday too.
Spags, and also Joe Brady, maybe to the Saints.
Yeah,
he's with Buffalo right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, that could be why they're holding out. Somebody else pointed out that there's the rumor, and there's always rumors in Dallas because they got so many people covering that team.
Mm-hmm.
But and so many leaks, it seems like. But they were saying that Jason Witten, and there is smoke to this fire.
Yeah.
That a la the Gerard Mayo hire in New England, Jerry loves Jason Witten.
He has such an affinity for him as an individual. And
Jeff Saturday's like this in Indy. Remember they threw him a bone.
Yep, an owner's favorite, kind of.
Yep, and they think they'd be a great coach. Jerry wants Jason Witten, and Brian Schottenheimer would be the bridge to Jason Witten. They'll bring in Witten, put him on the staff, and Schottenheimer will be the head coach for a year, and then here comes Jason Witten for Dallas.
Man, that's an interesting...
God. Somebody's got to get Jerry out of there. I mean, I know it won't happen.
Not happening.
I know, but good grief. All right, let's get to Friday randoms. The odds on the Blazers landing Cooper Flagg next on The Fan. All right, nice to have you along. It's Friday out there.
Well, I really enjoy the show. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. We're having a good time. Sook's out. He's in Phoenix. Barrett Jackson, auto auction or whatever the hell they call it. I don't know. He'll be back Monday.
Yeah, cars and stuff.
Yeah. Joey Harrington next hour. That's Buckley over there.
Hi.
Are you enjoying the sunny weather? I know it's been cold, but
yeah.
I got up this morning and I looked outside. I was like, didn't rain again. And then I started thinking, am I taking no rain for granted here?
I'm sure you are. I mean, in January, getting no rain,
what?
That's a big win.
We haven't had rain for a while.
I know.
Starting to spoil us.
Yeah.
I don't mind this, the cold.
I like the clear and crisp.
Yeah,
quite
crisp,
a bit.
Blue sky.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Kansas,
Mm.
my homeland. Well, anyway, hope you're having a nice little Friday. I really do.
Yeah.
It's time for randoms. I saw where the odds on the Blazers landing Cooper Flag now 10-1.
Flags!
Which is
not good.
Well, I mean, it's not terrible.
It's not good for.
Well, here's the context if you want it.
Yes.
The Wizards are 5-1. The Jazz 5.5-1. The Nets are 6-1. The Hornets are 6.5-1, and the Raps are 7-1. And then yours. So if you wonder what 10-1 means, you have to bet 100 to win 1,000. So it's a long shot. Now.
And there are too many teams ahead of you.
Yeah, well, that's just it. It's like, well, you have plenty of time to plummet down the standings. Well, yes, but other teams aren't just going to let you.
They're not going to suddenly start doing the opposite of what they've been doing.
Yeah, like it's a race.
You're too late to the party here.
It's a race to the bottom, and you're behind, and you're not going to catch up, especially at this time of the year. And if you haven't watched Cooper Flag yet, oh baby, listen, I wasn't.
Yeah, flags!
We talked about this, back in November when college basketball just started, and he's a freshman at Duke, and I was like, these freshmen, they're kind of overrated. Not kind of, they always are. We always overrate the big name, big highfalutin freshmen, one and done guys, because they're just young, they're raw, there's a learning curve. Well, Cooper Flag and Duke, they lost a few games early. They didn't. He was like, all right, I see the potential, but soft as butter. And, I was like, all right, well, we'll see where they're at come March, Oh, baby. He has figured it out. I saw that he's shooting 63% in his last 6 games. Like
Yikes.
They can't stop him. The college guys can't stop him. Now he's still, just think about when he gets some bulk and some muscle and just more experience, little age. Dude, he is legit. And of course, everybody's been saying that, but you got to lay your eyes on him to really get it. And I'm telling you, dude, he's unbelievable. So how the Blazers didn't have a better plan to land this guy is exactly why we have no faith that they'll ever turn a corner. Because, well, a great example, look at Utah.
And you don't even need to, there's no guarantee that you can be the team to do it just through tanking. But you could put yourself in a whole lot better position, and they haven't.
Well, you have to have a plan. And this is what I was going to bring up Utah. Look, Utah wasn't very good last year, but nobody had them in the Cooper Flag sweepstakes.
No.
Well, what happens? They hired Danny Ainge, and Danny Ainge isn't dumb. Danny Ainge is like, wait a minute.
Straight to the bottom, boys.
Yeah, that's right. And it's like, why didn't you do that? I don't know.
And you've got the roster to do that.
You have a better roster to do that than he did.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Laurie Marketing got hurt and then Ainge was like, okay, well, maybe we'll just shut her down. No, he had a plan. I would love to know how he went about it, but
because there's some finessing that has to be done with that.
For sure. But they have the second best odds, Utah. And that's a guy like the NBA. That league is a league of dudes. In other words, if you get the guy, you're getting other guys. That's really it. The NFL is just so much more complex in terms of the salary cap and building out a roster. And you have to have a GM. You have to have good scout. You have to have everything.
You could dumb it down in the NBA to saying you need 3 good guys.
That's right.
And maybe a kind of so-so coach.
And to get 3 good guys, there are a handful of alphas in the NBA circles. You need one of those guys. One of them is Pat Riley. One of them is Danny Ainge. And what's crazy, and there are others, but I'm just saying that's what you have. In the NBA, everybody knows who gets the guy. So if you get a Danny Ainge and Pat Riley, they're going to go get the other guys. It's not Joe Cronin. No offense to Joe Cronin. He's just very inexperienced. So Danny Ainge was sitting out there. You had your shot at Danny Ainge. Now, I'm not saying Danny Ainge would have taken the job, but he has ties to Portland, played for the Blazers. So why there was never even any mention of them trying to go after him. And now he lands in Utah, and now he's playing chess, you're playing checkers, and you maybe could have had him, or you at least got to take a run at him, don't you?
You at least could have been in a better position than you're in. And you're not,
and
because
and
that is a choice.
And now he is right in the heart of the Cooper Flag. Like, dude, if that guy goes to Utah, gets Cooper Flag, and they lap the Blazers, I mean, I don't know. What gives you hope? I mean,
that's a great question.
Because it's just not, I don't know, the NBA, it's
not the front office. It's not the staff. Right now, it's not the players. What would give you hope right now?
God. I mean, just a sale. I think a sale. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
That's
yep.
really
a change
it.
in management.
And I know people are going to try to tell you, well, a sale won't mean anything. Jody spends money. Well, yes, she'll spend. She's got dough. She'll spend it. But what good does it do if she doesn't know what she's doing?
You need a makeover from the very, very top of this organization.
I couldn't agree more. So, what should the Blazers have done? Well, if they had a better plan. Now, I'm not saying that you need Danny Ainge to tank, okay? But I just don't understand what the Blazers were doing going into this season.
I have concepts of a plan.
With Chauncey. Like, obviously, Chauncey is pissed about this tanking thing. He doesn't want to tank.
You're a loser. So
I think the Blazers almost had to fire. I don't know why they still have him. Why did you not? Because you have to be on the same page. You have your GM all the way down. You have to be on the same page. So you got to. If the coach is going to say, "Hey, dude, I'm trying to win as many games as I can," well, then he's out, and that would have been dirty. But it's a dirty business, so he's out.
Yeah, I mean,
then you hire someone.
If he wants to do something in his first head coaching position that is counter to what you're trying to do as an organization, then you've got to part ways.
Bingo. And everybody knows he's not coming back. They didn't re-up him. So I don't know what they're doing with him. Chauncey is, to me, I think he could be a really good NBA coach. I really do.
And we have no idea because he's had nothing.
He has nothing to work
consistent or worthwhile to work with.
But I think he is saying, "Screw you! I'm gonna do my job." And
right, and you know what? That's how he gets his next job.
Exactly, and he will. And that's not. I don't know why the Blazers let him do that. So that's what I would have done is that I would have moved on from him, hire someone who aligns with the youth movement, who won't give you the middle finger when you talk about losing, a certain percentage of your games. Then you shut down Grant, Ayton, Williams, you shut them down early, and you get with them and you talk to them about getting them somewhere where they want to be. If you had done those things, I think the Blazers would be in a better position to land this kid, Cooper Flag. And they're going to tell you there's still plenty of time to get in position, but no, other teams know that. You think they're just going to let you fall to the bottom? So the Blazers can't even lose right. It's insane. It's got to be maddening for you as fans. And I think it's where the inexperience of the GM comes in. You hired a guy who'd never been a GM before. So your entire franchise, you got to be on the same page with this stuff.
Kind of rudderless.
Totally rudderless. And in this instance, it's clear that the coach and the GM aren't on the same page. And so I don't know. I don't know where you go from here. And for those who don't believe in tanking, I get that point of view. I really do.
But get ready for more of this. Whatever it is.
But what I would say to you is the Blazers are 16-28. Is that better than 6-38? And if you say yes, you're an idiot. Because what's the difference? You suck either way. So it pays to suck worse to get better faster. Now, there's no guarantee at all. Of course not.
But you're playing odds.
But you're 16-28.
You talked about this earlier with gambling. You're playing the numbers. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to give yourself the best probability, the best percentage, the best opportunity.
Yes, and I think that there's a difference. It matters who is the number one pick. And no, there's no guarantee when you tank that you're going to turn it around because you may have just bad management. They
But
can't
doing it last year
figure
for
out.
Anthony Richardson was not
100%.
what anyone was interested in.
That's right. When there's a carrot like Cooper Flagg, you got to get your ducks in a row from the start of the season to really get down there and get that. Because that guy changes your franchise. That's the guy, not Resar. How's that guy even doing? Resar what?
Anthony Richardson.
How's he doing? Is he any good?
I don't know. Good question. I believe that the second pick, Alex Sarr, is the favorite to win Rookie of the Year, not Richardson.
Okay. As I predicted.
Is that what you said?
Yeah. Well, I scout the league, you know. Well, anyway, the Blazers. Coming up next on Randoms, I was thinking again about Ryan Day. I don't know why, but I've been thinking about him a lot.
Sounds like it.
I like Ryan Day. And I think he's a damn good coach. But I still don't really know where to classify him amongst the best coaches. So we'll get to that coming up next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now Windows. Chicken Soup
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design.
on 1080 The Fan.
Yeah, back to college football here. Just a moment. We'll get in the news coming up next.
Maybe it's time to grab a hold of your little step ladders and go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
Well, that could very easily be Ryan Day now, couldn't it?
It very well could be. He'd have every right to say that.
I think he kind of did say that.
Yeah.
After the championship. I was thinking about him. I looked up his record. You know what his record is at Ohio State?
Really, really, really good.
70-10.
Yeah.
And now he's a national champion.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, I feel like we're still kind of lukewarm on the guy. I don't know why this happens with some coaches. Like, where do you rank Ryan Day? Now that he's won a championship, where is he among the best college football coaches?
Right now or all time? Right now. The guys, well, if you look at it, Mac Brown's gone, so there's only 3 guys left that are active that have won a title. And it's Kirby, Dabo, and Ryan Day. Yeah, I mean, I think you have to put Day top 3.
Would you take him over Dan Lanning?
That's a tough question.
And this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's
because Dan Lanning is revered right now.
Well, it's 2 different questions, right?
Yeah.
It's like, of course he's top 3 because he's won a title. And he's 70-10. But at the same time, if I said, do you want Marcus Freeman or him? Do you want Dan Lanning or him? Do you want Kirby Smart or him?
I might.
Most people are taking,
and you might take those other people, but I also don't think you can play that game very long before he's the answer to all of those questions. Like, I would rather have him than I would rather have him than Dabo.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to think of.
I'd rather have him than Dion.
Outside of Lanning and Freeman, who are the kind of the hot up and coming guys, I don't know who else I could even throw in this combo.
No, and that's just it. So like absolute worst, he's top 5, and he may be better than that.
Who are the top 5?
Well, I think it's the 3 guys you named, plus him.
You think Lanning's a top 5 coach in college football?
I think if everyone was starting with a blank slate and starting at ground zero right now, that yes, you would hire Dan Lanning as a top 5 because of the way he builds.
DeBoer? He's got to be in there, doesn't he?
He's got to be knocking on the door.
All he does is beat Dan Lanning.
Well.
Sorry, Duck guy, but it's true.
Okay, well, what did he do this year? Lost to 3 6-6 teams.
I know, but it was his first year, new program. Steve Sarkisian, is he top 5?
Sark, yeah, I would probably take that. That would probably round out my top 5.
You'd take Day over Sark, right? Because I would.
Yeah, I would.
Trying to think of who else would even be. I mean, last year it was Norvell, but he fell.
Lane.
Yeah, I like Lane.
I mean, I think everyone likes Lane, but
I think he's good. Whittingham, really good.
Yeah,
don't you think? Did you just poo-poo Kyle Whittingham?
I think he's really good, but he's also been really good forever at a place where he got them into like a, I don't know, he got Utah into a really good zone. I don't know how well Kyle Whittingham works everywhere.
Bottom line,
I just don't
their
know.
ass.
What about Belichick? Huh? Where's he go on your list?
They have a white running back, for goodness sakes.
Lance Leipold, he's pretty good. See, now we're getting into
I would take Ryan Day over Bill Belichick.
James Franklin.
I would take Day over Franklin.
Yeah. So Day, you're right. Day we've talked this out. Day is a top 5 guy.
Yeah.
Of course. But the Lanning Day or Freeman Day, I think a lot of people would take the young guys.
I think they would too. Is that the right answer though?
I don't know.
Who would you take?
Well, I think the thing about Ryan Day. So, by the way, Ryan Day's not that old. He's 45.
Right. He just has the beard dye and the bags under his eyes. So
yeah, I just think he's been. I don't know. We've seen some warts, right? But I think you got to hand it to him in terms of. And again, they're Ohio State, so they build their roster with they got a bunch of money. So I don't even know how much of it is him, but I'll use one guy as an example, and I think he's really good at this. He found Will Howard, and I think Will Howard is a guy that not a lot of other coaches really wanted. As a matter of fact, I know that. Will Howard's journey, I mean, he's from Will Howard's from Philly, and he wanted to play for Penn State, but they didn't offer him. He had offers from like Bowling Green and Kansas State and Rutgers and Temple. And so he goes to Kansas State and he gets benched. And I was even reading that he had an NIL deal. He had one NIL deal in Manhattan for portable toilets, which is about right.
Nice.
So, but Ryan Day, listen, Ryan Day had McCord, and so they really need to upgrade the quarterback position. Well, Ryan Day went and got Will Howard, and everyone was like, wow.
There was even a point this season where, like,
yeah,
is Will Howard even better than McCord?
Right. Well, his stats are pretty similar to McCord's.
Right.
And he had his bad moments. He had the slide at Oregon.
Yep.
He had obviously the 2 interceptions against Michigan.
Yep.
But Ryan Day said, I was reading a story about Day and what he liked out of Will Howard, and he said he liked his feet. He liked the fact that he could run a little bit. He liked his accuracy, and he had great anticipation of throws. And he said even though he hadn't put it all together, he really liked that combination in his quarterback, and so he took a chance on Will Howard. Well, freaking Will Howard, if you watch the last 3 games after that Michigan game, my God, the guy was amazing. So I think it's that. I think just roster building, Ryan Day, I'll take over Dan Lanning. I mean, I think they have pretty comparable budgets.
It'd be interesting because Day has had a little bit longer to build it up and to get them to the point there are. And Lanning has, I would say, caught up pretty quickly, even though Lanning's not there yet. I mean, he doesn't have the championship. He doesn't have the roster that Day had. But I would say maybe in 3 more years, let's look and see where that is. Because right now you're right.
I think that's fair. And it's also different at Ohio State than Oregon, even though the money is about the same now. It's still just different. Ohio State, like you said, he's had longer. They're a blue blood, been that longer. So it's a tough comparison. But I just think Ryan Day should get a lot of credit for how they built that sucker. I don't know how great of a head coach he is. In other words, like being a leader, I'm taking Dan Lanning. Being the head of the program, I'm taking Dan Lanning. I love what I see from Dan Lanning on pretty much all levels.
He's great at that specific thing.
Well, Ryan Day just won the championship, so he's obviously not bad at it.
Oh, no, I know.
But I think...
But when you're talking about being the face and the one who, like, I mean, looks better in the videos that your social media team produces and stuff like that, like, that's Dan Lanning, but Ryan Day is the one with the goods right now.
And I just think his strength is just who to go pluck.
The text line says someone says they would take Lane Kiffin, Kurt Cignetti, who we didn't mention, and James Franklin all over Ryan Day.
Okay. That's just like your opinion, man. I think that's insane, but okay.
I definitely think the James Franklin one is insane. I don't know how we could possibly know about Cignetti. Like, if Cignetti were coaching Ohio State, maybe he's just as good as Day, but we don't know. James Madison to Indiana, we don't have enough evidence there. And Lane, no. Lane hasn't done what Ryan Day has done, and Lane has had ample opportunity.
I don't see it. And this is what I'm saying. That right there, that text, is why I'm fascinated with Ryan Day.
Yeah.
There's something about him that we don't trust and we don't like. I can't really put my finger on it, but got to hand it to him. 70-10.
Is it just the beard dye?
It might be. It might be just his face.
Like, if he just looked the way he was supposed to look and not all just for men, like, would we have a different opinion?
Maybe. Yes, maybe. I don't know. All right. We got to go. We're on time. Let's keep it that way.
Kind of, yeah.
I mean, a little bit. For us. In the news is next. We have a very bad case of mistaken identity. And I mean very bad. That's next. Here's Buck.
This is a Conference Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, the Blazers back in action tonight. They are looking for their 4th straight win, and they're looking for a 3-game sweep on the road trip. They're currently trailing by 7. It's 29-22 Charlotte with about a minute to play in the first quarter. Anthony Simons leading the way for Portland with 8 points. Meanwhile, Josh Green has 8 for the Hornets. Breaking news in the NFL today is former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll will be named the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. Reportedly a 3-year deal with a team option for a 4th season. Carroll will be 74 years old at the beginning of the season. In the NFC South, the Houston Texans have fired offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick and offensive line coach Chris Strasser. On the field, Bills safety Taylor Rapp has been ruled out for the AFC Championship game with back and hip injuries. Rookie Cole Bishop will play in Rapp's place. Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins has announced that he will leave school and pursue his pro career, entering the NFL draft. Meanwhile, the college football playoff announced today that the 2027 championship game will be played at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas on January 25th. Next season's title game will be played in Miami. And the Blazers, as we mentioned, are just closing out the first quarter now. It is 30-22 in favor of the Hornets as they exit that frame. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Did you score a smart speaker over the holidays? Just ask it to play 1080 The Fan.
Have you guys noticed how many people run stop signs now, or like don't stop? You notice that?
No.
Really?
Is that a new thing?
It seems it.
Okay.
Although I live in we have a kind of a weird, almost 5-way stop.
Drivers in general pay way less attention to rules than they used to.
I think that's right. And
People
you know,
are less patient.
yeah, it's just weird. I'm like the old man, like, yeah, slow down, stop.
You know, you need speed cushions.
Just stop.
Or an advocate.
That's right. Speed cushions or an advocate. Yeah. So what I'm getting at is if more people are running stop signs, they're bound to hit you, like right in the ass as you're walking the dog. Like I've almost been hit walking the dog 3 times in my neighborhood recently. So I'm going to need a personal injury attorney, and that's where Ken and Donnie from the Advocates come in. They are great. They're of no cost to you. They don't get paid until you win. They can help defer your medical bills until after your case is resolved, and they are committed to fighting the insurance companies, because that's ultimately what's going to happen. Is a no stop at stop sign guy is going to sick his insurance company on you, and you need somebody to battle them, because those insurance companies, we all know, they want to pay you as little as possible. Not when Ken and Donnie, not up in here when Ken and Donnie are on the case. So the Advocates have built a reputation with insurance companies. They fight them tirelessly. If they can't increase the total amount in your pocket, they will tell you that it's about doing what's best for you. So go check them out. If you have been injured or about to be injured, you're going to need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Go to advocateslaw.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Need inspiration? Shop Fred Meyer for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals with savings beyond low prices. Like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Fred Meyer. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on 2-liter bottles of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or 7-Up. Select varieties are just $1.49 each with your card and digital coupon. Fred Meyer, fresh for everyone.
Hi, I'm the daughter of Henderson and Daughter. Nearly 40 years ago, my folks and I were talking about starting a new window business. Pop endearingly stated, we're going to be go-givers instead of go-getters. Go-givers realize that no project is too small. At Henderson and Daughter, we take the time to listen. We design and install beautiful windows manufactured by Milgard. Let us show you all of the affordable possibilities new Milgard windows can do to transform your home. Visit hendersonanddaughter.com and call us to set up a free consultation.
CCB number 68623. It's the new year. Time to make a positive change in your life. I went to My Computer Career because I needed job security.
Because I wanted a career in cybersecurity.
I went to My Computer Career because IT jobs are everywhere.
My old job was going
Primetime with Isaac and Sue
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design.
on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Joey Harrington next hour, Club 1080, and then we're out of here. Should be a good, fun sports weekend. Right now it is January 24, 2025. It is time for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Right in the butt.
Today is Beer Can Appreciation Day. Do you drink a lot of beer?
No. I used to drink a lot of beer. I hardly ever drink beer anymore.
What made you change?
It seemed like it stopped jiving with my internal constitution a little bit. It just
Yeah.
I hit a point probably around 35 where it just upset my stomach, and it upset my stomach the next day. And I also feel like a lot of these, Portland beers that I loved for a long time, there's so much unfiltered stuff just going in there. I don't need all that stuff.
What is your go-to drink? I don't know that I know this about you, and I want to know this. What are you pouring at night when your kids go to bed?
A bourbon.
Yeah.
That would be probably number one.
Just neat?
Yeah, rocks.
On the rock?
I prefer a little bit of ice. Yeah.
Okay.
Jingle jangle.
Simple man.
Yeah, I mean I like drinking wine when my wife is drinking wine, but I don't usually want to open a bottle for myself, and she doesn't that often either. So, and then I also like going with just easy classic cocktails. I like a gin and tonic or an old fashioned, stuff like that.
Okay. And your wife likes wine, huh?
Yeah, wine's probably her number one. Yeah.
Well, we're not doing a very good job of appreciating the beer cans on Beer Can Appreciation Day.
No, I will say that a lot of companies have gotten quite creative with the
Yeah.
art that they've put on their beer cans and made
It's a big
them
thing.
a lot more appealing.
Well, I mean, how many people go to a beer, like the beer case, or they do this with wine labels?
Yeah.
And they just choose by the label, what pops
What
off the label.
catches your eye? What jumps out at you?
Yeah. It is also National Peanut Butter Day. I don't know how you feel about peanut butter.
Love, 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 love peanut butter.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan.
I am a huge fan.
What do you put it on?
What don't you put it on?
See, this was my question. Do you put it on odd things?
No, I don't put it on odd things. I mean, I like it on toast. I like it with banana. I like dipping, apple and peanut butter are great together. And frankly, I think the best chocolate candies are chocolate with peanut butter.
Gross.
Gross?
Yeah. I don't like peanut butter with McCandy.
Okay, well then you're an idiot because Reese's is the number one candy in the world, and there's a reason for that.
I just thought of that. You're right. And I love Reese's. What am I talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Anything peanut butter flavored, I'm usually not going to order it. But you're right. There's nothing like a Reese's.
Right.
I can't argue that.
Yeah.
But that I don't get the Reese's feeling out of any other peanut butter desserts or anything. I don't know why. Reese's does it for me. Nothing else.
Reese's
with peanut
and
butter
also
does.
peanut butter M&Ms are fantastic.
Now the lady at Zupan's the other night was getting on me. And she was giving me the business.
Okay.
Because I was buying organic peanut butter.
Okay.
And I don't remember how the conversation started, but she asked me what are you putting this on? And I said, well, I eat sourdough bread, organic peanut butter, and I put blueberries on it.
Okay.
In the morning. She thought that was really weird.
No.
Do you think that's weird as a peanut butter guy?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if you were doing blueberry jam or jelly, that would be an open-faced peanut butter sandwich. That's not crazy at all. It's fruit with peanut butter on bread.
I guess that's true. I never thought
very
about that.
normal, miss.
Yeah, well, she was giving me...
Yeah, I don't know what that's
She's like,
all
I'm
about.
going to have to try that. I'm like, yeah, it's really good.
Now, I thought it was radical back in the day, but now it's bacon with everything. My parents, when I was a kid, used to like a peanut butter and bacon sandwich. They take the leftover bacon from breakfast, throw it on a little toast with peanut butter, and the salty sweet thing. You know how people there's chocolate dipped bacon and stuff like that now? Peanut butter bacon sandwich, not bad.
Really?
One of the famous burgers at Killer Burger is the peanut butter burger.
See, that disgusts me.
Well.
And I'm disgusted right now that you even brought that up.
Well, sorry. I'm not saying that's my favorite application of peanut butter. It's far from it. But people do that.
Well, what is your favorite application of peanut butter?
Chocolate peanut butter.
Chocolate? Okay.
We were talking about desserts yesterday, and specifically pies. This place that our family, a long-time family vacation spot down in Southern California, they make a Reese's peanut butter pie that is graham cracker crust, like a creamy peanut butter mousse, and like a silky chocolate ganache over the top. It is unbelievable. That is my favorite.
That all sounds great except for the peanut butter.
That's where you would be wrong.
Somebody asked, Rop shopping? Yes, it is a bit of an upset, but my wife's been sick, so I've been homemaker for like 2 weeks now.
Look at you go.
And let me tell you something. I am tired of that. But I can't bitch about it, you know.
Put your big boy pants on. Rop is here.
I can't bitch about it because then if I bitch, well, first of all, she's sick, so I didn't want to make her feel bad. But second, once she gets better and we're talking about it, I'm going to make sure I let her know how easy all that stuff was. You know, it's like, it's not a big deal. It's fine.
Hey,
It's
don't
easy.
you think about guilting me about that stuff when the roles reverse once again.
Exactly. But I found it easy but tedious. Man, if I were single, I would live so differently.
How? In what ways?
Well, I don't cook. I wouldn't cook.
So would you just
I
order
wouldn't
takeout
shop.
every night? How would that go?
Yeah. Dude, I used to, before I met her, I ate out I just ate out.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll get stuff from the
I mean, you're
store,
also
but it's
talking
not,
about that's like what 50% of New York does.
Yeah.
New York City. I mean, like,
yeah.
most people don't have kitchens.
It's way easier. Yeah, if I have a kitchen, it's just to store things. I'm not going to actually make something, but I can go to Zupan's and like I said, I pick up they have the pre-made stuff and
Sure.
I'll get stuff like that, but I'm not making anything.
Yeah. Interesting. What else would be different about your life?
I don't think it'd be as clean. I don't think the house would be as clean. Tell you that.
Oh, I know my house wouldn't be as clean. I would have to hire someone.
Me too. Peace Health Southwest Medical Center is facing a civil lawsuit after allowing a Vancouver family to pull the plug on the wrong man.
No.
This is a terrible case of mistaken identity. Yes,
Boy.
unfortunately, this is a true story.
I sent you a different mistaken identity case. Did you see that one? It definitely wasn't this. This is a million times worse.
I haven't seen this. What are you talking about?
It was one where a guy was accused of being like a harasser on a public bus or public train or something like that, and they got the wrong guy.
Oh.
And he's like, I'm not the dude who's like bugging women and being inappropriate and what like. That guy successfully sued the police department for getting the wrong guy for like $6,000.
Did he go $6,000?
Yeah.
Did he serve time or anything?
I don't think so. I think they just, they were putting him under arrest and such.
Well, that goes back to the idea that you are falsely imprisoned. That's got to be one of the worst feelings on earth.
Oh yeah,
don't you think?
Knowing without a doubt that you did not do
and
the thing
no
that they
one,
have for you, and everyone else is certain that you are.
Yeah, you can't stop it.
I cannot imagine.
What a terrible feeling.
Can't imagine.
Well, anyway, this is a lawsuit filed on December 3rd. The man mistakenly believed to be dead, along with his family, claimed they suffered mental and emotional pain. The son of the man who died is also a plaintiff in the Clark County Superior Court case. So this was first reported last year. Quite a medical mix-up. The state investigated. The confusion started with a 911 call on August 8th of 2021, where medics responded to an apartment in Vancouver where David Wells was unconscious and not breathing after choking while eating dinner. Oh, God. Talk about another terrible feeling. Choking. Alone.
I mean, even choking when people are around, as you can attest, not great.
An ambulance transported him to Peace Health Southwest Medical Center in Vancouver. Okay, somewhere along the line, Wells was misidentified as his roommate, Michael Beeler. As a result, the hospital incorrectly treated Wells as Beeler. Peace Health then called Beeler's family to make end-of-life decisions. They basically said he was brain dead. Do you want us to keep him on life support or do you want us to pull the plug? Well, they made the difficult decision to pull the plug.
At the same time, now I'm just thinking, but what a come up for that family who then finds out that their son isn't actually dead. He's fine, right?
Yeah.
If they got the roommate wrong.
Yes, but they killed the other guy.
Yeah, horrible for that person. but at least the family that got called, their kid isn't actually dead?
No, no. They said that they found out because he then... So she says, pull the plug. She makes funeral arrangements. She lets all the family members know about his death.
Oh, I can't.
And then he calls his sister.
From beyond the grave.
From the beyond.
Can you? I can't imagine.
And she says, "You can't be alive. You're dead. They pulled the plug."
What do you
He's
mean
like,
I'm dead? I'm fine. My roommate's dead.
Yeah,
what?
he's like, "Oh, I'm not dead. I'm not dead yet."
The text line correctly points out, I think that dead guy needs to call the advocates. Or at least his family.
Right. I think that's right. So the Clark County Medical Examiner then goes and gets the body and fingerprints, and they confirm that the deceased man was Wells, not Beeler.
Brutal.
So then they call Wells's kid, who lives in California, and he says, they basically told me there was a medical emergency regarding my dad. He had been pronounced dead. That's what they told him. It wasn't until the news contacted the kid, and this was 2 years after they killed Wells, that he learned about this mix-up. So they tried to dupe the kid, saying, he died. Sorry, nothing we could do. They didn't tell him they accidentally pulled the plug on the wrong guy.
Wow. Yeah.
So KGW apparently was the one that informed the kid that there was a medical mix-up. And he says, I'm at a loss for words at how badly they handled this. I'll never be able to get that decision back. And they have all filed separate lawsuits against the ambulance company, the funeral home, and the medical examiner's office. Crazy story. And, of course, peace out.
Man, what?
I think that's really all you can say is,
Yeah, I've heard of my mom was a nurse in a hospital for 20 plus years, and I've heard of them getting patients in the same room wrong and giving someone the wrong medication, which can be, can kill somebody, but pulling the plug on somebody whose family didn't even ask for it, that is, yeesh.
Coming up next, Portland meets Spot. Spot, welcome to Portland. In the News continues next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
They looked like any other quarterback trying to work through a knee injury. He wasn't putting too much pressure or too much torque on his left knee. He walked very gingerly, very carefully, trying not to re-injure it.
That's Sal Powell. You can always count on him being the insider in Philly. They love him and his chicklets out there. So he got his eyes on Jalen Hurts, and that's not the most glowing report, because we all know Hurts is hurt, but
yeah, they're saying he might be in a brace on Sunday.
Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, I don't know. Sounds pretty rough. It's gonna be tough. Fans Window into Sports brought to you by Window Nation. 60% off all window styles, 2 years interest-free financing. Schedule your estimate now by calling 866-90Nation or visiting windownation.com.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. I'm curious your read on Oregon going into next year.
I got news for you now. Dan Lanning is the new Ryan Day. Ryan Day was the new Kirby, and then Dan Lanning is going to be the new Ryan Day. And what I mean by that is the public has to have some coach out there that's given a lot of credit that hasn't won the big game yet. They never learn the lesson. They just shift the focus somewhere. So now it'll be Dan Lanning.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to 5
Yeah, a lot of people are confused by our mistaken identity death news from KGW, and I gotta be honest with you, I'm kind of confused by it too. It sounds like so the question is did they pull the plug on the guy who died? So they got the name wrong. They pulled the plug on the
Right.
wrong person.
The wrong roommate, or so
Yes.
we're told.
But was that guy was still brain dead? That's what's confusing. It's like,
Because, yeah, you said they were making end of life preparation. So like even if they don't pull the plug, like
Right.
he still suffered this horrible thing, and he wasn't coming back from.
Yeah.
Kind of. I mean,
I get.
so,
I
but
guess
it's just
they were both brain dead. I don't know.
what? Oh, I don't know.
I don't understand. I don't have the brain power to understand. I'm too stupid. But you knew that.
Oh.
Hey, what do you think about robotic police dogs? How do you feel about that?
I'm gonna say no.
Is that hot?
No. Well,
Because
I don't know.
you've seen these.
I remember that there was that Black Mirror episode where they had those little animatronic ones. It was all black and white, and
Yeah.
it was terrifying. The dog just chased that woman the whole episode.
Yeah, there's a new Portland police dog, and his name is Spot, and he is a robot dog. He is made by Boston Dynamics. He is extremely agile.
They make the good ones. They
he-
make backflipping robots and
Yeah,
stuff.
he can scale different terrain, walk up and down stairs, pick up items, open doors. He can be used to help with bomb disposals
Can he sniff for the bombs too? Probably.
and during hostage situations. Yeah, they said that he's a big improvement over their current robots, which move on tracks and can't really get up if they tip over. So if Spot falls down, Spot gets up on his own. And he costs $150,000 to get Spot.
Money well spent?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Again, too dumb.
I kind of feel like, 6 or 10 actual police dogs might be better than one robot police dog, but I don't know.
I think it's amazing what they do with dogs,
Yeah.
They train dogs, but Spot, if they're robot, I don't know. I guess he can drag up to 50 pounds. He's very strong. He can't like confront anyone. See, that's where you lose me, because it's like you can train little Rover to go take a perp down. That's what they do. Take perps down. This can't.
Can you not program it that way? Or they just
Well,
haven't
this
built
one
one
isn't.
that's capable?
I don't know, but they said that his presence though is intimidating. He's very creepy, but he can't really confront you. But he's going to keep you safe. So, welcome to Spot, new Portland police dog. And finally, Buck, how many times have you, especially you, because you live out west, have you driven by or been in the Fred Meyer on Walker in Beaverton?
Oh, all the time.
All the time.
Oh, that's the one I go to.
Main one. It's right there on 158th and Walker.
Yeah.
It's right across from the Tualatin Hills Rec Center.
Yep.
It turns out that $328 million Powerball prize
Came from
was
there?
sold in there.
Wow.
How about that?
Well, that's cool.
January 17th. So that would have been last Friday. Did you go in there last Friday?
Actually, I take that back. That's not the one I go to. I thought it was. It's not. I go to the one on Beaverton Hillsdale Highway, but I know where that one is.
I do too. Been by it many times.
Yep.
A lot of people out that way. Just think, every time you're driving by there, leading up to, or like just say you were over there last Friday, sitting right over inside there is a $320 million lottery ticket.
That's crazy, man.
It's wild, man.
Yeah.
Well, that's 2 jackpots in Portland
Recently.
in a year.
Really
Yeah.
recently.
Yeah, the other guy with the $1 billion, he was up in North Portland. It's crazy.
Was that the dude who was
It's crazy.
was putting the tickets underneath his pillow and praying about them?
Yes. I think he has cancer. I think they said.
I think you're right.
These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them.
And that, so we know that the winning ticket was sold there, but we still don't know who won it. Although they say that the winner has come forward, so we'll know soon. And it's probably, like, who lives in Beaverton? Dusty, you.
Could be Dusty.
Who else lives out there? Sprague live out there?
I think Rust does that
Jeff Rust?
direction, I think.
Yeah. Could be Rusty.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, if there's anyone at the Fan besides me that I'd want to win the lottery,
Rusty's a great
I
call.
think Jeff Rust might be my pick. I want that for him.
I want that for all of us.
I do too. Of course, if anybody at the Fan won that big of a lottery, don't you think they would take care of all of us? Like I would. I mean,
probably.
I mean, I can't give you all life-changing.
Depends who it is. Depends who it is.
Yeah.
I think there'd be a couple people that say, I bought the ticket, not you.
Yeah. You wouldn't take care of your...
I mean, I might, but let's just... When's the last time I even interacted with Dirt and Sprague? I love those. I love those guys, but
You're not giving them a little love?
But I can think of 20 people in my life who I would give a little love to before them. Not because I dislike them.
I know, but we're all one.
You got to be careful when you're assembling the Jamarcus Russell group of hanger-ons.
Well, it wouldn't be a hanger-on thing as much as it would be.
You start dishing out millies and salaries and stuff, and
I don't know about millies.
Trouble.
I don't know about millies, but I think you got to kick a little. Hey, you know what? We're all in this together. Enjoy your time on the station. I'm out of here. Here's a couple $100,000 or something.
A couple. So
I don't know.
Okay, so there are 9 regulars for each show. I mean, 2 hosts and a producer.
Okay. Yeah, it's like, where's the cutoff?
Well, so now I'm shelling out a couple $100,000 to 8 of you fools? No.
I think it would be a nice thing to do.
Of course it would be a nice thing to do. I can't be giving $100,000 to everybody, though.
All right. I would.
I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you.
Apparently, I'm more generous than you, ass.
Yeah. I doubt that.
I think that would be a good feeling to just come in one day, nobody knows I won the lottery, and I just cut checks.
And then the company's just screwed because they don't have programming anymore.
That would be actually funny.
So
I love the station.
I heard a story about this. There was a small, small to mid-level cheese producing company, and they only had 40 or 50 employees that worked in their production warehouse where they made the cheese. And they did one of those things where they all kicked in money.
And they won the lottery.
And they bought 300 tickets or whatever it was, and everybody was in for $20 or $25. And they won the thing, and everybody was going to quit. And the company was like, we'll have to go out of business if you guys all quit right now. You please let us figure out a plan here first. And they eventually did figure it out, but those cheese workers had to hang on for a little longer than they wanted to.
What if there were openings at the Fan for every on-air spot because we won the lottery?
I'd imagine you'd have quite a few applicants.
That'd be wild. Yeah. That's your In the News, Jan 24, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 is next, followed by Joey Harrington on the Fan.
The forecast calls for wet weather. It's time for Pub Beer's Wet January Report. Remember, dry January is fine, but don't judge people that need a beer with their football. Pub Beer, cheap fun.
Portland really worked at a glass early. 6 unanswered. Caro lost the handle. Kamara took it away. Caldwell Pope attacking Henderson. And Caro from the corner. No good for 3.
I don't know what that was, but I do love
that was the Magic being bad and needing a beer against the Blazers.
Oh, okay. I do love the squeaky. I like the sneaker squeak of
great
basketball
sound.
On the radio.
It's a great sports acoustic.
It is a great sports acoustic. Hornets, by the way, leading the Blazers 52-50 late second as the Blazers look for their 4th in a row, I think, right?
Yep, and sweeping the road trip.
Wow. Well, yeah, the Magic need a beer. Dry January is fine, but don't judge people who need a beer with their football. Pub Beer, cheap fun.
Every year, as many as 19% of Americans participate in dry
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design.
KFXX KWJJ HD2 Portland, an Odyssey sports station. Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, it is halftime in Charlotte, and the Blazers trail by 4 to the Charlotte Hornets. 54-50 is the count currently. Jeremy Grant with 16 points leading the way for Portland. Meanwhile, Josh Green has a dozen for the Hornets, while Nick Smith Jr. has 14. Breaking news in the NFL today, as former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll will be named the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. It's reportedly a 3-year deal with a team option for a 4th season. Carroll will be 74 years old at the beginning of the season. In the NFC South, the Houston Texans have fired offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick and offensive line coach Chris Strasser. On the field, Bills safety Taylor Rapp has been ruled out for the AFC Championship game with back and hip injuries. Rookie Cole Bishop will play in Rapp's place alongside Damar Hamlin. Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins has announced he'll leave Ohio State and pursue his pro career, entering the NFL draft. Meanwhile, the College Football Playoff announced today that the 2027 championship game will be played at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock.
Mahomes steps up, throws, and he got it.
This is Conference Championship Week with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design, a trusted local architectural design studio ready to bring your dream home to life. Visit smartlinehomedesign.com.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080.
Touchdown, Kelsey.
The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Friday. Rob here, Suk out. He'll be back Monday. Hello. Ryan Buckley is here. We've got Joey Harrington coming up in about 20 minutes.
Well, hello there.
Find out who he wants in the Super Bowl. Coming up tonight in the club, I just thought of something. We were talking about the lottery, and I want to run something by you. I have an idea, because we were talking about the lottery ticket, the Powerball jackpot ticket being pulled at the Fred Meyer in Beaverton. And if one of the fan personalities won $350 million or whatever it is, would they take care of, and again, it's not, you don't give millions to each fan personality, but would they, kick a little something down to all the other fan personalities? And that got me thinking about a thoughtful way to kick down some money to your bros if you win the lottery.
Okay.
But I also think it could be construed as rude. So I want to see what you guys think about it.
Okay. I'm intrigued because, we were talking about this, like where do you draw the line? How much do you kick down? How do you do it essentially the right way? You want to do something nice. You don't want people to feel, it's surprisingly nuanced for just giving away money.
It is, and you got to get your ducks in a row, and you got to draw a line, but you figure all that out ahead of time, and then you, I don't know, we'll talk about it in the club, okay?
Okay.
6 to 7. Right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com.
I got something's on.
Number 5.
Round 3 Farmers Insurance Open. They are at Torrey Pines in San Diego. Much more pleasant today than the windy day that was yesterday. Harris English is your new leader. He is 9 under. He leads by 1 over Andrew Novak. It is great because Buck is starting to hate Ludwig Oberg.
Yeah.
Because he has dropped almost out of the top 10 now.
Yep.
And you hate him because he was leading and now he sucks.
That's right. Yeah, I thought he was a bright young star with lots of promise. Now I think he's kind of a punk.
This is what gambling does to you.
Yes.
final round is tomorrow, as they don't want to conflict with the NFL on Sunday. One other note about Torrey Pines is they're going to host the Genesis Tiger Woods tournament from L.A. Next month, obviously moved due to the wildfires. Novak Djokovic had to pull out of the Australian Open semis. He tore a muscle in his leg, and everybody was booing him. Crazy.
Yeah, so I watched this go down. It was really weird because it was a fierce first set. It went to a tiebreak. It was 6-6 between him and Zverev, and it was really hotly contested. And you're like, oh man, let's settle in. This is going to be a great match. But apparently the muscle tear was really bad. I guess he said if he won the set, he would have tried to go further. But after that, he's like, nah, I'm not winning 3 sets after this.
They were booing him. Boo. He pulled a muscle. Or, I mean, tore a muscle. Tore a muscle. Come on, man.
And it might be his last Australian Open. They booed him off the court for the final time.
So Alexander Zverev advances to the final. He'll meet top seed Yannick Sinner. Blazers in Charlotte. Hornets up at the half, 54-50. The city of Las Vegas has been awarded the College Football Playoff Championship game for 2027. That game will be January 25th. Next season, they're in Miami. Also, Ohio State running back Quinshawn Judkins is leaving for the NFL draft. Mel Kiper has him the 5th best running back in the upcoming draft.
Number 3.
The Bills have ruled safety Taylor Rapp out against the Chiefs on Sunday due to injury.
So close to Rob.
I know. I kind of like saying that. Rapp. Rob. Rookie Cole Bishop, 2nd-round pick out of Utah, will get the start. He has started 4 games this year. Buffalo's defense has other injuries, but all are expected to play. Matt Milano, Teron Johnson, and cornerback Christian Benford, who is in concussion protocol, but they say that he'll be out there. Because, this time of year, concussions don't hold the kids back, do they, Buckley?
It wouldn't seem so. No, neither do other injuries. I mean, people are saying it looked like Jalen Hurts was hopped up on some stuff at the end of last game with the knee injury and all. He was doing post-game interviews. He looked a little bit glassed over.
They got the tent now. You can't even see what they're putting in them.
Shoot them up, load them up. Away we go.
Number 2.
Liam Cohen backed out of the running for the Jags job last week. Then they fired their GM. Now Liam Cohen is the Jags coach. He is the former Tampa Bay offensive coordinator. He gets to pick his own GM, and they've offered him a deal commensurate with Ben Johnson's in Chicago, which is $13 million per season. Crazy. Surprise move here. Texans have fired offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. He goes from getting head coaching interest last year to out of a job.
Yeah, I was reading something that he kind of got hosed a little bit. He took the San Francisco 49ers offense with him to Houston, and then I believe they changed GM and personnel. It was an offense predicated on using the fullback. They said, we're getting rid of our fullback. We're going to a 3rd wide receiver. And he's like, well, great. That's not really what I do.
In Houston, you're talking about? Okay. Well, bad fit then.
Yeah, or just that they hired him to do one thing and then they made a bunch of changes and they're like, you're not good at doing the thing that we now want you to do, which wasn't the same thing we wanted you to do before.
Mm-hmm. Or he could just be the scapegoat for a regressing offense.
Also possible.
Or he might not be that good.
Also possible.
Number 1.
And number 1 today, 73-year-old Pete Carroll has agreed to be the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. 3-year deal, team option for a 4th year. He is their 5th coach, including interims, since they moved to Vegas in 2020. Tom Brady and company, they're hoping his experience gels with rookie GM John Spytek. So that leaves 2 NFL head coaching vacancies that are unfilled: the Saints and the Cowboys.
It's amazing that the Cowboys are one of the 2 jobs still left.
What if they hire Mike McCarthy?
Somebody on the YouTube says it's their theory that Jerry Jones is just trying to find leaks in the building, and so he's throwing out names like Schottenheimer, trying to see who says what.
It's possible. There's your Hot 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, a hit with the whole family. Order in-store, online, or delivered to your door at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. The ACC is getting radical, and then Joey Harrington joins us coming up on The Fan.
Yeah.
The home
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design.
On 1080 The Fan.
Okay, we'll talk turnovers with Joey Harrington coming up next. We'll find out who he thinks will be playing in the super big game. I said earlier, I think it's going to be the Chiefs and Eagles.
I would agree with that.
That's what you're going with, too? Okay. We didn't get Sook's picks before he left, did we?
No.
I don't know what he
I
thinks.
think he's pretty sure that the Eagles are going, but I don't know about what he thinks about.
Yeah, he takes
Bills
giant
Chiefs.
dumps on the commies, doesn't he?
I think he's impressed with that they've gotten to this point, but he does not believe that they are of the same caliber team as the Eagles.
Well, what was I going to tell you? Oh, Joe Fisher is in. Fan personality Joe Fisher. He texted us and he said that none of us would be getting S if he won the lottery.
Well, now it looks like one less person for us to take care of when one of us wins.
No, I would kick down a little something
So
to Joe
even
Fisher.
though he says you get nothing from
Yes.
me, you're still
Yes.
giving something to him. Okay.
Well, because I think that, and I think Sook would agree with this. Sook and I, we're the old guys. We're the elder statesmen. We're at a little different place in life. I would not expect young Joe Fisher, who's
With $332 million to do something nice for you?
no, I really wouldn't.
Even if you were going to do something nice for him?
Yes.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I don't think anybody on the fan staff would expect money from Sook or I if we won the lottery.
No.
But I'm just telling you that from me, you guys would probably get it.
I love that you're painting yourself as a hypothetical white knight. It's really nice.
Well, I think I would. I don't know. I think it would be cool. I care about the station. I don't really care about
Trust
you guys.
me, if this
but-
great thing happened, I'd be the greatest guy.
Well, I told you I think Sook would too, but I just am saying that I don't think that I would expect anything from you younger guys, and then maybe that's why you're saying that you're a tightwad. Maybe that's
Wait,
why.
that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
No, I said I would take care of you guys. I said I would take care of our show.
Oh, you would you?
That's
Well,
what I
thanks.
said.
I didn't hear
I
that
said
part.
I don't know. I'm like I brought up that I don't think I've seen the faces of Dirt and Sprague in years, and as much as I like those guys, I don't think I'm blindly just kicking them six figures.
Sometimes it's just nice to do things for others.
Of course it is.
You big jerk.
But then, by that logic, then
When
why
you
wouldn't
can.
I give that money, that six figures, to someone who really needs it? That's dealing with medical
Well,
bills or
they're not in
condition
your
or-
life. These other people are. We're bonded by the fan. We are joined by the.
And I'm supposed to feel an obligation because of that. That is what the
I didn't
corporate
say
overlords
that.
want you to think.
I didn't say you had that. I just said I feel that.
Okay, well then,
It's not an obligation. I just trying to be nice.
I'm corporate brainwashed.
God, you're a D. Anyway, before we get to Joseph, the ACC, their commissioner Jim Phillips came out Sunday.
Oh, what Jimbo have to say?
Well, Jimmy, he says that they are considering making changes to their conference championship game format. So I will ask you, what changes could a conference make to their championship game format? On the fan. I mean, what would you change? Like, how do you change the format of a
Boy.
conference championship game?
I'm stumped here. I don't.
Right?
You're not changing the teams that are involved. You're changing the format of the game.
Well, no. They're talking about. So this is a result of the expanded playoff.
It's going to be like some mini tournament or something, or like, what are we talking about here?
Well, SMU made the ACC championship game and lost to Clemson, right?
Right.
So then SMU had to sweat out.
Right. They
selection day.
almost didn't get in. If they
Yeah.
hadn't come back late and made it a close game, they might not have.
Yeah. So what they're considering now is Phillips said the ACC will be considering giving its regular season champion a bye and have the teams that finish second or third in the league standings play in the ACC championship game.
Okay, so this goes into the claim that the committee is not going to punish a team for losing in the final. They're like, well, we'll make absolutely sure of that then. Our champion won't play in the final.
That's right.
They will not take a loss.
That's what they're talking about.
So now you're going to have to crown a second-place champion and then also let the first the regular season
Yeah,
champ in
like
too?
I don't really.
I don't think it's going to work as well as they think it is.
No, I get what they're thinking, but I don't really understand how you could play a championship game and have it not be the team.
If anything, now you're confusing the committee over which team is the worthy one. I mean, if you're saying that the champ is the one that wins the regular season standings title, then that second exhibition game matters not. It only serves to, I guess, offer one extra win to that second place team. So maybe that's what their thought is that the second place team who gets now an extra game and an extra win has a better chance of getting in because their first team is already in via the bye and via the regular season championship.
Well, but what if the committee comes back and says, well, we don't recognize your team did not win the league. It finished first, but it didn't win the league because it didn't win the championship game. And now they're saying, well, you're not auto.
Well, wouldn't it be up to the league to say, no, our representative is the team that finished first in the regular season. But we've got this other
in the game.
Yeah, I don't see how the committee goes for this. I mean, it seems like you're just trying to use smoke and mirrors to get an extra team in, and I doubt the powers that be are going to be duped into that.
He said another possibility is having the top 4 teams play on the final weekend of the regular season. First versus 4, second versus 3, with the winners playing the following weekend in the ACC championship game. Now that I get. But that seems counter to what you want. And it's just offering more of an opportunity for your best teams to lose. And that's what you don't want.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Very strange. Phillips said he'll be having conversations with league head coaches on a conference call next week to get their feedback on the plan, specifically pointing to comments SMU coach Rhett Lashley made leading up to the game, in which he indicated the Mustangs might be better off not playing to protect its spot in the college football playoff.
And that nearly would have been I mean, it wasn't the case, but because of what happened in the ACC championship, that's why they said what they said. Because they did lose, and if they lost big, they would not have made it, and then sitting out and not playing the extra game would have benefited them.
Phillips' quote is, the conference championship games are important as long as we make them important, right? Do you play 2 versus 3? You go through the regular season, and whoever wins the regular season, just park them to the side, and then you play the second place team versus third place team in your championship game, so you have a regular season champion, and then you have a conference tournament or postseason champion. So it's a bit like college basketball in that way, where you have the regular season champ, and then you have the tournament champ. Could be 2 separate teams.
Right.
He said, I have alluded to this in some of our every other week AD calls, and these are some of the things moving forward. We want to recap of the regular season, postseason, and what do you think moving forward? So that will be next month in Charlotte when they have ACC winter meetings, and that will be a topic amongst those in the ACC.
I'd be really curious to know how the committee would hypothetically react to that. If they're saying, okay, you still got to pick your one champion. Who is it?
Well, don't you think
that's what it comes down to, right?
Well, don't you think the playoff committee will? And it may not be this year, but it'll be next year, 2 years. Well, actually, just one more season when they get the new deal. Don't you think they're probably going to do away with conference championship games? They are, right?
Probably.
Yeah, so it doesn't even matter.
I mean, I never know anymore what these idiots are going to do.
I know. You could see them holding on to them because
tradition,
they make money.
Like, yeah, I mean, the thing is, people don't really attend them that well because you don't find out to the last minute that your team's in, and then now with the playoff, people are kind of saving reserves for being able to go to those games later, and so I think it has lost some of its luster, and then on top of it, now it seems like you're just opening yourself up as an opportunity to slide further down a playoff ranking potentially by playing in that game. So logically, it does make sense to just get rid of them, but at the same time, it's been a part of college football's fabric and tradition, and we know how we like to hate to let go of that.
But I think this is the first step in conferences just going away, because if you don't have a true conference champion, because you play imbalanced schedules anyway. So whoever you crown via tiebreaker, just like a NFL team winning a division, I mean, it really doesn't even matter if they're in a conference. So now you get into the whole thing of, well, let's just all play each other. We don't have to play a conference schedule.
Why don't we just do our own thing?
Yeah, and we'll just do it. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's all headed that way. All right, Joey Harrington coming up next. We'll find out about him. I want to talk to him about turnovers. We were talking about this a lot this week because of 5 turnovers in the Detroit game, Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews. Why are some teams more adept than others at holding on to the ball? What is with that? What's the deal with that? That's next with our friend Joey Harrington. But first, Buckwith Sports Center.
This is a Conference Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Mixed plates like Grandma used to make if your grandma were from the Big Island. Woodstock, Burnside, Beaverton, or online, ate-oh-ate.com. First on the Fan, the Blazers looking to win their 4th straight game and sweep their 3-game road trip. They're currently up 61-57 against the Charlotte Hornets. Jeremy Grant leading the way with 18 points. Anthony Simons has 13. Denny Avdia has 11. Meanwhile, 14 for Nick Smith Jr. of the Hornets. Breaking news in the NFL today, as former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll will be named the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. It's reportedly a 3-year deal with a team option for a 4th year. Carroll will be 74 years old at the start of the season. In the NFC South, the Houston Texans have fired offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick after 2 seasons with the team. On the field, Bills safety Taylor Rapp has been ruled out for the AFC Championship game with back and hip injuries. Rookie Cole Bishop will play in Rapp's place alongside Damar Hamlin. Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins has announced that he will leave the Buckeyes and pursue his pro career entering the NFL draft. Meanwhile, the College Football Playoff announced today that the 2027 championship game will be played at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Next season's game will be in Miami. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Suk on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge? A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Cross court, Grant out of a double team. Denny lines up a 3. Nothing but cotton on that one, Denny Avdia.
Cotton.
Nothing but cotton. Denny Avdia.
Is that guy good?
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
Blazers have the lead.
That's right.
Break him up.
4 in a row.
63-61 in Charlotte. Who's leading the charge? Powered by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month. Online at batteryexchange.com.
If you love designer brands and you love clearance, then
Design.
On 1080 The Fan.
All right, just 3 football games remain. Well, 3 meaningful football games remain for Football Friday with Joey Harrington. Does that make you sports sad?
Well, I'm confused what the non-meaningful football games would be.
Well, isn't there like a Pro Bowl or a college all-star game or something?
Oh, yeah. But I don't even think is the Pro Bowl a football game anymore?
Now that you mention it, I don't think it is. I think it's a skills thing, but who cares?
Yeah, I thought it was like a dance competition and like trampoline and like charades and like don't they play categories? I think that's what they do now.
It's so bad that they don't even play it anymore. That's how bad it is.
Which I get, like seeing Sean Taylor like lay out that kicker. Wasn't that, or was it Ed
Yes.
Reed? It was.
No, I think it was Sean Taylor. And it might have been a punter.
Type of stuff. A punter. Okay, whoever it was. My point is, when we're talking about play, so these are the best of the best, right? Okay, I'll back it up. Who was the running back from New England who tore his ACL in the sand football game was it at the Pro Bowl?
Oh, gosh. The only running back I remember from New England, which is sad, but the only one I remember is LeGarrette Blount, and it wasn't him.
I'm going to come up with it during the break. Anyway, point is, when you're looking at potentially losing millions of dollars if you get hurt in a meaningless game, yeah, I wouldn't really want to play either.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's the nature of the sport. Hey, so today, here, I'm going to look this up real quick. Today I would like to talk to you about turnovers. How do you feel about that?
Apple or cinnamon?
I'd prefer a cinnamon, but I could be talked into apple. Was it Robert Edwards?
Yes.
Yeah. Pro Bowl. Yeah.
Yep.
Robert Edwards tore his ACL, MCL, and PCL, and partially tore his LCL in the Pro Bowl. Not good.
But it was like it was before the Pro Bowl. It was like a flag game in the sand.
Is that
in Hawaii.
Yeah, that old Dan Patrick DirecTV thing that they used to do? Or was that before?
Oh, my God.
That used to be before like the Super Bowl, I thought. I don't know.
Or maybe before the Super Bowl. Whatever it was. Yeah, it was catastrophic, and he was never the same.
That's rough. Yeah, so the turnover thing, it's sparked by Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews, and to some extent, Detroit turning it over 5 times.
I would say Jared Goff more would spark it for me.
Well, I mean, I think the difference being Detroit gave up 45 points. Now, some of that was because of the turnovers, but I really feel like the Ravens lost because of the turnovers. I mean, they beat themselves, otherwise they win that game. That's how I feel about it. That may not be true, but I just want to know, from a guy who played, you have been in the fire. What are the key characteristics of teams, or maybe you just want to keep it to quarterbacks who take care of the football and are good at taking care of the football? What do they have?
Boy. I don't know. Because I never lived, I lived in this world where I cut it loose as a rookie, right? And I don't know the numbers, but let's say I threw 12 touchdowns and 17 interceptions, right? And so the conversation I always had with the coaches is, all right, you got to limit the turnovers, If you don't have it, check it down. If you don't have it, check it down. Well, what that turned into for me was this ultra conservative, scared style of football.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It got to the point where I would take the snap, take my drop, take a quick peek at down the field, and then I'm just like, oh, throw it to the running back. Throw it to the running back, right? Which then you never move the ball and you don't score any points. Like, what do quarterbacks have? They don't care, right? It's this, or I should say maybe it's this ultra confidence that I can put balls into tight windows, and I can also determine when that window is just a little bit too tight.
Yeah.
Like that was the thing for me. Like, because there's this fine line between, I remember plenty of times being in the film room after games, and the coach would say, "You got to cut that loose." Like, there's the window. It's open. It's closed. But you got to cut it loose. And I'm saying to myself, but the last time that window came up, you told me not to throw it and to check it down. Like, there's this really thin tightrope that you have to walk, especially as a young quarterback, which is why I was so impressed to see what Bo Nix did as a rookie. Well, God, I mean, for Jaden Daniels, for that matter, like there are so many young quarterbacks who possess that ability to walk the tightrope. I don't know. And I think part of why I don't know is because I didn't have it.
Well, take us inside. I mean, you play on multiple teams. Take us inside how coaches emphasize caring for the ball. I mean, is it simply, hey, we got to limit the turnovers? Or are some coaching staffs, because it does seem like Kansas City is great at this, are some coaching staffs better at coaching against turnovers than others? It's such a slippery thing, but yet it manifests itself. It's so important, and I just wonder behind the scenes how it's emphasized and what kind of impact that emphasis has, or if it's just all luck. I don't.
Is it luck? No, but it's this really unique combination of confidence from your quarterback, and from confidence comes decisiveness to know when to cut it into the tight window and when to check it down. But that also comes from a confidence knowing that if I do make a mistake, I'm not going to get benched because my coach has given me some leeway. My coach believes in me. My coach, right? Like, it's this really, you say Kansas City does a nice job of coaching it. Well, I would say that Patrick Mahomes does a nice job of doing it. And therefore, by virtue of that, you say, well, the coaches, at Kansas City are really good at it.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's.
Yeah. So that was my question. I mean, it really does come back to the guys who have the ball all the time, just being good at it.
Yeah. And that comes down to confidence.
Yeah.
It really does. Like that. That's the difference between throwing it into a tight window and having a completion versus having an interception or that turnover, is seeing it, knowing it, pulling the trigger.
Yeah. Well, the reason
we talk about it all the time, just like that hesitation, and you don't hesitate because you're confident in yourself, because you've been coached, because you know that you have the support of your coaches, because like there's all these things that go into it. But in the end, it's the confidence to make the decision in that split second and say go or no go.
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. Bringing it back to Lamar Jackson, who kind of spearheaded the whole conversation. He's a guy who has had a few turnover blunders in the past. Well, he comes into this playoff saying, hey, I just got to let her rip. Just like you're saying, he has the confidence. He's like, I just gotta, I'm not going to play tight. I'm just going to go for it. This is how we win. Well, he gets into the biggest game and turns it over twice. He turns it over twice. The one interception wasn't really his fault, but the fumble was almost catastrophic. So there's a confident guy, but maybe we're finding out that Lamar Jackson is a Brett Favre type of guy that really doesn't have that discerning ability quite like a Patrick Mahomes, or, I would say Jalen Hurts has it, and I would say that Josh Allen now has it. Maybe Lamar doesn't have it. Fair?
I would counter with maybe Lamar just threw an interception in a playoff game.
But he's done this multiple times now. I mean, Josh Allen is a great example who has gotten better.
Are you saying because Josh Allen has changed his ways?
He's gotten better at it. I don't know what happened, but somebody emphasized it to him, or he's just matured, or something changed with Josh Allen, because he used to be a turnover machine. As good as he is, he is not anymore.
But if you're using Lamar's last game, you just said it, that you could the interception wasn't really his fault, and I wouldn't consider fumble in a lot of cases isn't a decision making.
Yeah, it kind of was though. You got to go down.
Yeah, that's why I hesitated, right? But in most cases, right, I'm talking about an interception. Like, I don't know. To me, this just felt like sometimes the ball bounced the other way.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it really did. I have the opposite feeling in that I felt like this was just some bad bounces for Lamar. Sometimes it happens versus the Lions, who you give the ball up 5 times, you're going to give the other 2, they scored, what was the final score? They scored 35 points or 38 points.
It was 45,
but you give the other team, well, they scored 30, Detroit scored 31.
Yeah.
Point is, the Washington scored 45. Of course you're going to score 45 if you give it the ball, if you give them 5 more opportunities.
Yeah, Goff, yes. If you're comparing Goff to Jackson this past weekend, Goff was just way worse. I mean, and okay, so how do you explain that then? I mean, because he hasn't been doing that all year, and all of a sudden he turns it over right and left. Is that
Sometimes
just bad?
It happens. I don't think that's the thing is, like, people want to speak in absolutes.
Yeah.
People want to say Josh Allen is a turnover machine. Josh Allen can't beat Kansas City. Well, just because you haven't doesn't mean that you can't, right? And the moment that, let me think, the moment that Peyton Manning, won a Super Bowl, it became the moment that Peyton Manning no longer couldn't win a Super Bowl, right? It's the moment that Lamar Jackson goes out next year and wins the playoff game becomes the moment that Lamar Jackson no longer can't win the playoff game. Like that's the thing for me is, like, until we get to the end of these guys' careers and look back and say, here's the body of work you put together, and now I'm going to make a judgment based on that, as opposed to saying, hey, we're in year, 6 in Lamar's career? Year 6.
Yeah, 6 or 7, 8.
Whatever. We're maybe, let's call it a 14-year career. Maybe we're halfway through it. If Lamar Jackson over the next 7 years wins 2 Super Bowls, you think we're going to be sitting there at the end and say, yeah, but you know what? In year 5, he had that interception against Buffalo. God, yeah, sure, he won 2 Super Bowls, but he really couldn't do it. Like, that's the thing is, like, I don't buy into the narrative of just because they haven't done it doesn't mean they can't do it.
Or because they're always doing something, have a tendency for one thing, doesn't mean that they can't shed that. Well, it is seventh year for Lamar Jackson. And, it's not the answer I expected, but I value your opinion on this. I mean, that's why I asked you, was, because
thank you.
It sure does seem like, from a fan's perspective, that turnovers, well, I mean, we all know that games are won and lost. Like, if you want one thing, if you want to reduce it, to one stat, who wins and loses, it's turnover margin. And then you get into these huge games and you get these great teams. I mean, that Ravens team is excellent. Couldn't ask for a better football team to be assembled, and they shoot themselves in the foot. That's maddening. And I did wonder, and I do wonder still, like, because I think the Chiefs are really good at it. I think the Bills this year are really good at it. I think the Eagles are good at it. And it's coincidental that we're going to get two of those teams in the Super Bowl. You know?
Okay. But and here's another thing that we can talk about. I was going to say, had Mark Andrews caught that, or conversely, and it's not something that a whole lot of people are talking about, had Lamar Jackson thrown a better ball, would we even be talking about it right now?
I think we would, because I think the Bills would have won. You know, they would have had a minute and a half. And I mean, I don't know.
Maybe Josh Allen would have thrown an interception.
That's right. Maybe. But they have the number. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's all just, they have the number one turnover ratio in football. So I wouldn't bet on that, right? I mean, there's no absolutes here. Of course, a turnover could happen. It's just that if you told me which one of those teams was going to lose the turnover margin 3-0, I would have told you the Ravens. And well, sure enough, it was the Ravens. You know, it's like, and that's why I'm trying to dig about the knack for it or the lack of a knack for it. But I think you're telling us there's nothing to it. So just, big game, have a good day, and don't turn it over. Don't get unlucky. Right?
Bingo.
That's it. All right, who plays?
Don't be unlucky.
Who plays in the Super Bowl? Joey Harrington knows, and he is going to tell us next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, no audio here, Isaac, but how about some Ducks soccer news?
Okay.
You might not be familiar with Izzy Sawyers, who just signed with the Oregon women's soccer team, but you might be familiar with her mom, Julie Foudy, two-time World Cup champion and two-time Olympic gold medal champion, also ESPN analyst. It's her daughter. Her daughter signed up to play with the Oregon Ducks.
Izzy who?
Sawyers is her last name.
Cool name.
Yeah.
And yeah, I am familiar with her mom. Huh.
I see what you did there.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
The NFL puts on a postseason show.
It's Barkley running to the left. Barkley gets by everybody. Saquon Barkley is gone. Touchdown.
Are we building towards an inevitable super matchup?
Turnovers are going to happen. The question is, how much of that can be controlled? The Kansas City Chiefs are freaking great at it. They let auction right now.
What kind of high end are we talking about?
I mean, like millions. I don't know cars all that well. I'm not a big car guy, but I think last year he said there was a car there that Trump owned, and it went for millions. I don't remember what kind, but it went for me. So it's one of those.
Could I call him and ask if he could get me an Aston Martin?
Yeah, you could. I think you could.
Right.
Are you gonna do that?
That was my favorite car I ever got to drive. That was.
Yeah, didn't you tell us that story in Detroit?
The V12, the Vanquish.
Nice.
I had the deal with the Jaguar dealership, and the Jaguar had electrical issues, and so they gave me an Aston Martin for 2 weeks. I was like, oh my God.
But you're too sensible to buy it. You should go buy one. Treat yourself.
Well, see, now they're like, I think they've bottomed out, and now they're becoming like, there was a falling in price, and now I think they're becoming retro and collector's items again. So I think the price is starting to go up. I might have missed my window.
Well, Buckley can call him, and we can get him on the horn here. We can three-way, and you can see what's up for bid. Maybe we can get you a car here live on the show.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, that's a no. Who's playing in the Super Bowl? Who do you want to play in the Super Bowl?
Not Kansas City.
Are you one of these guys that's hating on Kansas City now? Doesn't want to see him win?
I'm not hating on them. I appreciate their excellence, but I just, for my own lack of boredom, I want to see somebody else in it. It's like, been there, done that. I would like to see Buffalo, and actually for my brother Nick's sake, I want Buffalo to win, because I don't know how or why he became like the diehard Buffalo Bills fan that he is, but it's been since like he was like 6 years old.
Really?
And oh God, like, and as passionate as if we lived in Buffalo kind of thing. Like that is his team. And I've always like, how did that happen? Maybe I'll ask him one time. So I'd like to see the Bills. I don't know. I don't have strong feelings for either one of the, or I should say strong feelings against either Philly or Washington. Washington would be a cool story to see a rookie in it. Philadelphia, I really respect the heck out of Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley. I mean, that guy does, like, for the year that he had and going through everything in New York to then come to, like, I'd like to see him get a ring. You say, oh, sure, Jaden Daniels is going to have plenty of opportunities. Well, there's Dan Marino for you. Maybe he won't. I don't. Right. I don't know. I think I want to see Philly, Buffalo.
Philly Buff. Okay, that'd be a good one. Is you mentioned Dan Marino? Is Lamar Jackson now the best quarterback to never win a Super Bowl, or is it still Dan Marino, or is it Josh Allen?
Well, I mean, Lamar's a 2-time MVP.
About to be 3. Yeah, Marino never won an MVP.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, I think it kind of... Oh, boy. I don't know.
I think he is.
It's tough to compare. I'm really having a hard time comparing this style of NFL football to, even my years in the NFL, right? Like the comparison between my years and the Marino years was a lot easier, right? It was more apples to apples.
Yeah.
The way the game is structured, rules, officiated, and how it's played offensively are so completely different than Dan's time. It's a tough comparison to make, but it's hard to say that you're the 2, maybe 3-time MVP and without a Super Bowl. That's probably has to be right up there.
Isn't it wild how quickly it's turned? Like, I mean, we you played, and then we were around for the whole, Donovan McNabb and all the, the black quarterback thing, and now all of a sudden, and it seems relatively quick. It hasn't been. It's been several years in the making, but we're now to a point where there really aren't many statue quarterbacks left, guys that aren't at least.
If you're not mobile,
you're done.
Yeah,
you don't want you. Like Jared Goff is one we mentioned the other day. Who else did we have? Buck?
Well, even a guy like Justin Herbert, who has the Drew Bledsoe size. That dude puts on, he gets out of the pocket and he's running 4.58.
Yes.
Like there's, it's not
Stafford, Burrow, Goff. I mean,
ironically, he's quick and he's somewhat elusive, but he's not. If I told you that this guy was shifty but not fast,
that's Mahomes.
Yes.
Yeah, he's not fast.
Mahomes is a slug.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I think the guy ran. Check me on this, but I want to say he was like a 4.9. He was like me at the combine.
There might be some skin there.
What was your time?
God, I was 4.88.
That's pretty good.
4.89, something like that.
He was
like
4.8.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes.
He ran 4.8 flat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And you ran, Googling. You ran a 4.9.
Nope.
Pokey.
I'm seeing the 4.89 to 4.9 range.
Oh.
I was high 4.8s. I know that. Because I was so like the moment I got under 4.9, I was like, "Yep, that's." I put full George Costanza, like, and I'm out. Like, that's. I got what
commentary from AI tells us that this was considered impressive for a quarterback who was 6'4" and weighed 215 pounds.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's pretty good. But it didn't matter, did it? At those times, did they even care about that?
Not really.
Yeah. Now it's. Well, I guess it's not everything now, but you just got to be able to, like Nix is a great example. Pocket guy, but he can move. You mentioned Herbert. Great one. It's amazing. You cannot be a statue. That's the thing about Goff. I like what Detroit's got going on, but man, I don't know if they get over the hump with a guy like that because you run into one buzzsaw team that, he can't elude. The offense is blown up. It's crazy.
Where are we going with this? There was some sort of.
Best quarterback to never win a Super Bowl, and we think it's got to be Lamar. Yeah,
yeah.
You. So, how much better do you feel about Oregon season now that Ohio State won it all?
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah. Hey, do you want some?
It didn't make me feel as good as I thought it would.
Yeah, I thought you said you.
But it did make me feel better.
What?
Is the fact that it snowed in Atlanta. And so my tee time, it would have been like, it was like the day that it didn't snow was the day that we were going to play golf. And so I wouldn't have wanted to play golf in 31-degree weather. And then everybody got stuck at the airport because of that. And then the snow. I was like, you know what? I missed all that. So I don't feel bad anymore.
Yeah, your trip would have sucked. That's right. It was snowing there. You couldn't golf. And Oregon would have lost to Ohio State if they made it to
what?
Well, I mean, if they played again and they were in the final, don't you think? I mean, Oregon's not beating that team, are they?
Well, no, but if Joey had been at the final, Ohio State could not have been there because Oregon would have beat them.
No, I'm just saying, like in a different tournament scenario where Oregon and Ohio State played in the final and Joey was there. Then in other words,
I think Ohio State played a perfect game against Oregon. I think that the way that Ohio State looked against Texas and the way that Ohio State looked against. Did they play Notre Dame?
Mm-hmm.
I think they were beatable.
Yeah, they definitely looked a lot better.
They were flawless. They were flawless against Oregon. Yeah. They absolutely dominated. But that was the peak, right? They didn't do that every single game. Right? Their floor was the way they looked against Michigan, and their ceiling was where they looked against Oregon. And they played somewhere in that range the rest of the way.
Yeah, I think that roster, I've said it before, but I think that roster's going to hold up, man. That team was loaded. And
I
I think,
don't disagree.
I think it makes Oregon's team this year look really good. I mean, that team, I think we're going to look back quite fondly on this Oregon team, even though it didn't get all the way there. That was a special unit. A lot of guys, a lot of studs. All right, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You have a great weekend. Enjoy the games, and we will talk to you next week.
I will. And we will.
All right, Joe Harrington, each week, courtesy of Mods PDX, the future of building is here. Should you clap when the plane lands? The answer is no, according to pilots. That's next on The Fan.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a
Update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, the Blazers are in action right now. They're in the fourth quarter in Charlotte, trying to win their fourth straight game and sweep the third of the road trip. They're up 90-83 with about 4.5 minutes to play. Anthony Simons leading the way for Portland with 25 points. Jeremy Grant has 18, Denny Avdia 14, and Shaedon Sharpe with 13 off the bench. Breaking news in the NFL today is former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll has a new gig. He's the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. Reportedly, it's a 3-year deal with a team option for a fourth season. Carroll will be 74 years old at the beginning of the season. In the NFC South, the Houston Texans have fired offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick and offensive line coach Chris Strasser. On the field, Bills safety Taylor Rapp has been ruled out for the AFC Championship game with back and hip injuries. Rookie Cole Bishop will fill in at safety for Rapp alongside DeMar Hamlin. Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins has announced to leave Ohio State and pursue his pro career entering the NFL draft. And the College Football Playoff announced today that the 2027 championship game, that's 2 years away, will be held at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
On 1080 The Fan. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity. Oh, man. Yeah. And once those seeds wear off, you're going to lose most of your motor skills, and you're also going to lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Well, I had to squirt.
Scooby-Doo ghost penis mystery?
America, yeah, uneducated here. Drugs, balls,
You can't just flop that thing out on national TV and be like, hey, check this thing out. You can only really serve one ass. I bought the cock and then I released
Such an effing loser.
I got something on. I raw dogged that dead rabbit today. He did it dirt. He did a lot of dirt. Anyone getting a sports woody?
The era has begun.
I got something on. He did it dirt. He did a lot of dirt.
Head coach?
God. What?
All right, nice to have you along, running behind. Thanks to Joey. Club 1080, commence. Talking about the lottery, we were talking about the lottery ticket bought in at the Fred Meyer in Beaverton. $30 million, something like that.
And you have concepts of a plan for how you would distribute wealth.
I have concepts of a plan.
I mean, I want to know what you think about this. So I, as everyone has, you think about what you would do if you won the lottery. And you asked me a question during the break of like, what's the first badass thing you do or buy? And of course, we both agreed that we're hopping on a PJ. We're getting a PJ and we're going down to Vegas.
Yep. Just grab all your buddies and head on down.
Yes. Although, can I throw in I'm going to throw a wrench into that. Have you, are you familiar at all with the gambling scene in Macau?
I've only heard tales. Like, is it kind of like the whole Monaco thing?
Yeah.
Where it's just like
It's Vegas on
uber luxurious.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Vegas on steroids.
Higher end and
Yes.
really, really high roller.
Yes. Well, the only reason I know about it is, when we go to Vegas, we stay at the Wynn, and my Wynn guy told me one time, I had a beer with him there, and he said, dude, he goes, and I don't remember the exact percentage, but if you've ever been to the Wynn in Vegas, it's bougie, it's high end, and they bring in a lot. They make a lot of money, right? He said Macau, the Wynn in Macau dwarfs the Wynn Vegas. Like most of their revenue, most of everything comes from their casino in Macau.
It's interesting. I don't have the first idea of like,
which blows my mind.
Kind of what the wealth looks like in that part of but it's like can be very vast and it's almost like apples and oranges.
Well, just go to like a couple of the tales that he's told me about Vegas Wynn is insane about the money and just like the F1 thing, and I mean they just make money hand over fist. Like it's kind of unfathomable how well they do. But then take that times a factor of 100, and that's Macau. So maybe we hop on a PJ
somewhere a little more exotic
and go there.
Okay.
I bet we could find some trouble.
Yeah. I would say the same for maybe Monaco.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, if I won the lottery, and I've thought about this, I think that it would be cool, and you tell me if this is lame, because I'm putting parameters on giving money. Right? So it's like when you win the lottery, you think about, okay, I would give money to this person or that person. And you have a list of people. Maybe that they're in your family, maybe they're your friends. I think it would be cool to offer money to people, but say, I want to fund your dream. You know, what do you want to do? Do you want to open a bar? Do you want to, I don't know, start a quilting league? I don't know. Whatever is your dream that you can't fund, I want to help you do that within reason, of course.
Yeah.
Is that lame or is that actually a good idea? Because I think part of me thinks it's a little lame because now you're like, just give me the damn money, Rob.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
and it's also potentially lame because what if you give people the funding they need for their dream and then they like don't execute it or they botch it and it's like, well, they haven't even put your money to good use. They've just pissed it away.
Yeah, but at least they got to try it. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
To some extent.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to be successful. You just you dream. It's a dream. Let's make, And if it's really a dream and you're really passionate about it, you probably won't fail. You know?
We had some family friends that they started a business from scratch, ground up, and they sold it for like $50 million.
What is it?
It was
What'd they do?
basically it was a pretty radical concept at the time, and I don't think it is as much anymore. I think there are other companies that do this, but they would take small businesses that wanted the medical benefits of like a large scale employer. Because you get, if you work for a bigger company, those become cheaper because there's so many people involved in them. So insurance gets a lot more expensive for smaller companies. So they would find a bunch of companies that wanted to have like-minded coverage or whatever and group them all together and then get them a deal with the company, with the insurance company or whatever. And they did this a bunch of times over and made a lot of money.
Why didn't I think of that?
But they did something. They're kind of, so I mean, obviously they worked for all of this, but it was kind of like winning the lottery when they sold the business for $50 million, and they're like, well, we can do whatever we want right now, and they did things based on the needs of people in their life. So the grandpa in the family, he had like 8 years left of his mortgage or something. They're like, we just want to pay off your house. Somebody else's, actually, and my mom was involved in it. My mom's car had just died, and they're like, aren't you going up to visit Ryan in college soon? Like, don't you need a new car? And she's like, you cannot possibly be talking about buying me a car. And they're like, that's what we want to do. So they bought my mom a car.
Cool.
Yeah. And they did that, and they did that for dozens of people in their life.
Yeah. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but I don't know. I just had that thought.
What would be now, if someone brought this very idea to you,
yeah, right.
What is the ROP dream that you want funded?
Well, that's a good question. I think because, okay, so this is going to sound weird, but I think because it's money that, I think because it's money won, I would want to go a little riskier.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Even if someone else was funding it?
Yeah, but that they offered.
They did.
And they won this money. In other words, this is money that if it goes away,
isn't going to bother you or them.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, it might bother me because I didn't make it succeed.
Well,
but
sure.
We're on the same page here. So then I would want to do a restaurant bar concept. Yeah. That's not something I would do with my own money, even if I could afford it, because I just think it's a really tough putt.
It's really risky. The margins are super thin. It's hard to make it work.
I think that would be really, really fun to do.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't risk my own money doing it, even though I bet on stupid sports.
Okay. No, but
But you know what I mean.
Different scale, yeah.
But if that money became available from a friend who offered that, I'd say let's do something really effing cool. Here's how much we need. That just would be a fun project. I don't know how I would do with it, but I would be really passionate about it.
I like that.
That's probably what I do. What would you do?
I'm trying to think about it. I don't know. It's like
host a sports talk show.
Maybe. Depends who I could get to co-host.
And it makes me sad.
Not you.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I can think of plenty of fun stuff that I would want to do with the money, like different travel experiences and stuff like that. But I'm trying to think of like what I would want to either set up or like work on that would. I don't have that answer right now. I don't know.
You don't have a dream, Ryan?
Are you telling me this is not my dream? Right here, right
Aw,
now.
This is your dream? Are you living your dream? That's cute.
The dream.
Well, I tell you what, we have great jobs. We have. This is a dream job.
Yeah,
this is. I wouldn't. We're very lucky. We know that.
Yes.
But we also have other passions. That would be one of mine.
I'm like, I would just pay to make me an awesome golfer, but that's not really a project for anybody else.
Would you do that if somebody if I won the lottery and I said I want to fund? I will fund you.
Like basically getting a personal coach and going
Yeah.
out and having a lesson anytime I want and playing as many rounds as I need to just get as good as I want. Yeah.
Yeah, because you wouldn't do that normally because it's a lot of money and it's like,
it's a lot of money and it's a lot of time.
Yeah.
But if I didn't have to work, I would have a lot more time.
Well, I'm not letting you not work. I'm
Well,
not giving
if
you
I want to play that
money.
much golf, I'd probably just.
You'd
make
be
a
like
decision
Dan
not to.
McLaughlin.
Who's that?
Well, he was the guy that we had on the show, the Portland guy who quit his job and
Oh yeah.
the 10,000 hours thing or whatever.
Yeah.
It didn't work, but he tried. Anyway,
start.
All right, so, well, how about this? We can cover all this when we win the lottery. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Should you clap when your plane lands? The answer is no. Next on the Fan.
The
Applause is not necessary after a landing and is rude to the pilots. If the landing is good, clapping suggests surprise at such skill. If the landing is bad, applause would be insultingly sarcastic. But not all etiquette experts appear to agree.
Well, I think because if it is coming from a genuine place, it's hard to say that's bad etiquette. Because the person's not meaning it. I mean, it might offend, but like, okay, if the person's genuinely giving you applause, be thankful. Not mad at them.
Here's one pilot who said, my least favorite thing that I hear from passengers is, thank you for a safe flight. Why do you think that pisses him off?
Because it was supposed to be safe?
Yep. He says exactly what he said. He said, because to me, it's a given. That is what I should do. Like, what do you mean, thank you for a safe flight? That'd be like, oh, hey, Rob, thanks for finally having a good show. Well, my goal is to try to give you a good show all the time.
This is starting to infringe in a sports arena that really bothers me, and that is where everyone and their mother has to get up and signal for the first down after their 4-yard reception. I'm like, you're just doing your job, man. That's not like
or just the player.
You barely did it, and like you're supposed to pick up the 4 yards. First down, yeah, okay.
So you're saying like the receiver, like the okay.
It's not the same as the.
Well, what about the guy who the defender who makes a stop, but like the guy picked up 15 yards or
the quarterback overthrew the guy 20 yards out of bounds.
Yeah,
and he's doing the seatbelt thing and just swipe it away. Like, yeah.
Yeah, dude, the quarterback. Yeah, exactly. I hear you on those.
I think it's weird when people get super hyped about something that's supposed to happen. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it fits that mold. Yeah. Something that should happen, we shouldn't acknowledge it.
Or let alone celebrate.
Yeah. So the pilot suggests thanking pilots for an enjoyable flight.
Okay.
Said if you do that, then that makes them feel good. Or a great landing.
I don't feel like people have a ton of interaction with pilots getting on and off the flight. I will see them and I'll give them a little nod and just say thanks, but like people aren't stopping and having conversations.
I think they are.
Are they?
I think sometimes. Yeah. I think when the pilot comes out, I've always thought when the pilot comes out, and oftentimes they will stand there at the door, and like look all Sully Sullenberger-y, I've often thought that they want you to talk to them if they do that.
It's like the head chef coming out out into the restaurant to speak with the diners.
Yeah, I mean, come on. And so I do think people take advantage of that, and they do talk to them.
Text line says they would applaud Rob for finishing a few segments on time.
You'd applaud me for doing a good show for once.
Somebody else on the text line saying that clapping on the plane is definitely a Puerto Rican thing, too. They do it on every flight.
Every flight.
That's what this person says.
Okay. One pilot said if you do get a chance to stand in the door, like we were just talking about, most people are staring down at their phones and they don't even recognize that there's an actual pilot standing in the doorway because they're so focused on where they're going. So I enjoy any kind of engagement where you get to say you're welcome or thanks so much. That's true. I didn't even think about that. So the pilot comes out. He's
want a little human interaction.
Puffing out his chest like, yeah, that was me. How'd you guys feel about that?
See these wings? I did that.
And then none of them care. Everybody's just walking right by him.
Yeah, you did your job, jabroni.
Jabroni. Every time I hear jabroni now, I think of Travis Kelce. Didn't he call...
Is that his thing?
Yeah, he called... who was that? It was after they won the Super Bowl. Didn't he yell and scream about...
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of wrestling and other impressions. It always makes me think of The Rock. That was his word.
Jabroni.
Know your role and shut your mouth, jabroni.
Yeah, it was the Cincinnati mayor. Remember that? They went to the Super Bowl and he told the Cincinnati mayor to shut his trap, jabroni. Hey, I've got really bad ice penis news.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. It is an uh-oh. And we got to sum up the trouble with the Gen Zers in one small anecdote. We'll get to those items next. Here's Buck.
This is a Conference Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by Smartline Home Design.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, the Blazers are winners again. They win their 4th straight and end up sweeping their 3-game road trip. They beat the Charlotte Hornets 102-97 in Charlotte this evening. Anthony Simons with 27 points, Jeremy Grant with 22, Denny Avdia adds 18, while Tumani Kamara has 11 and 6 boards. In some breaking news in the NFL today, former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll has a new gig. He's going to be the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. It's reportedly a 3-year deal with a team option for a 4th season. Carroll will be 74 at the beginning of the year. In the AFC South, thank you, Harley, the Houston Texans have fired offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick and offensive line coach Chris Strasser. Slowick lasted just 2 seasons with the franchise. On the field, Bills safety Taylor Rapp has been ruled out for the AFC Championship game with back and hip injuries. Rookie Cole Bishop will play in Rapp's place alongside DeMar Hamlin. Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins has announced he'll leave school and pursue his pro career entering the NFL draft. Meanwhile, the College Football Playoff announced today that the 2027 championship game, that's 2 years from now, will be played at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas on January the 25th. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The home of Primetime with Isaac and Sue. Weekdays 3 to 7, 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk from my friends.
It would probably get me too.
So there's this guy who gets really wasted in a bar in Alberta, Canada,
Okay.
and he's.
I feel like I know where this is going already.
Well, what do you think happens?
I think he goes outside to take a whiz, and he passes out, wean out, and just freezes it off in the snow.
Okay, close. He's drunk and unruly. He gets thrown out of the bar. They call the cops. They try to pin him down, but he's one of these wiggly MFers who's not going down without a fight. His pants start shimmying down as they're trying to subdue him, and his wiener freezes to the ice on the because it's
like
they're up in Canada.
The Christmas Story tongue on the pole.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
And so they lift him up, they rip him up.
No.
Yes, guys.
Oh no.
Yes,
bro.
And he gets a impromptu circumcision of sorts. How about that?
No.
That really happened. There's video of it too.
Yep.
Well,
you can feel it kind of harden, and then you just yank.
Yeah. Not good.
Another jelly bean in my dong.
Not good. There's video. You can't really see the ripping of the schwanz, but there is video on TMZ.
Oh.
Yeah, that's rough. But here's the question I had with that. He's going to sue.
Who gets sued?
Well, I think he probably sues the cops, doesn't he?
I mean, could you sue the city for not de-icing the sidewalk?
Well, yeah. I mean, you can get into that.
I mean, or was he was at a bar? Did they do something wrong? I don't know.
Sue everybody. But is that really anybody's fault but his own? Even though that shouldn't have happened? You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's a little bit.
You were the perp. You were the one being.
You were the one with the wang out.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't have to be that way.
Right. You didn't have to take it out.
So I don't know. I kind of wanted to see the wang.
What?
And finally, oh wait, we have one more segment, don't we?
Yeah, you want to take a break?
Yeah, I'm going to do the Gen Z thing next.
Okay.
Gen Z shockingly admits they don't know how to do this. Next on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now Windows.
A little late-breaking sports news, if you need it.
It's happened.
Brian Schottenheimer is the new coach of the Dallas Cowboys. So, and Jerry said that he is no longer named Brian.
You got to be smoking something over there.
He is.
Yeah, Jerry
he's
said,
no
quote, Brian Schottenheimer is known as a career assistant. He ain't Brian no more. He's now known as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. What?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he's still Brian.
Yeah, he doesn't.
And he may still be known as a career assistant.
What a
Anyhow.
mess. Yeah, so last story here, Buckley. Researchers from Halfords surveyed grown-ups, including Zoomers, as well as millennials, males and females ages 28 to 44, Gen Xers, who are folks 45 to 60, and baby boomers. Silver Fox is over age 60 to determine each demographic's level of self-sufficiency. And in the findings, the investigators found that 25% of Gen Zers had no idea how to change a light bulb in a ceiling lamp.
Oh, boy.
With many claiming, and this is the best part to me, many claiming that climbing a ladder is too dangerous. And that's very on brand for
Yeah,
Gen
this
Z.
is right where you start railing on them for wearing their little flannel pants on the airplanes because they're so scared to be out in the world.
Oh, my God. Yes. They look like they're having a mental health crisis on the plane.
With their little stuffy.
1 in 5 also worry that the bulb might be too hot. So basically what they're learning is that Gen Zers spend upwards of $1,500 a year hiring professionals to knock out basic household tasks.
Hold on. So they are hiring people to replace light bulbs?
Yeah.
How much do...
Well-
what can you charge for that? I could go and put in people's light bulbs.
You're a light bulb guy.
Well,
you're good at it.
I wouldn't even say I'm good at it. I'm just adequate at it, and I don't need to be good at it. Just doing it is fine.
How would you be good at changing light
You
bulbs?
wouldn't be. It's just it's a binary thing. You can do it or you can't. It involves twisting.
I'm
One direction.
fast. I'm fast. I do it with flair.
Oh, you got flair when you
I
do
have
it.
flair, yeah.
Okay. Well,
Kind of like a bartender flipping the bottles, you know.
well, as a former bartender, that tracks.
I never break a bulb.
Okay.
I don't know. But I just thought maybe this was because they don't really own homes.
Oh, yeah.
Yet, you know, like you'll learn.
Well, it
all
also sounds like their parents never taught them how.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
And
this
is,
light bulb's out. Like, this is how you do this.
Exactly. This is why, and you have little Sparkies at your house. This
Yep.
is why you give kids chores right here.
Uh-huh.
You got to keep with the chores.
Yeah, the 3-year-old already fills up the dog's dish.
There it is. Because, you know, these kids grow up, they don't do anything on their own. They don't do anything.
Well, and not doing anything is one thing, but not knowing how to do anything is...
Well, but if you don't do it, you don't know how to do
but
it.
you could not do something just by choice. But if you can't do something out of ability because you've never learned, that's apathy versus ability are two different reasons for me, and one's a lot scarier than the other.
Yeah, you're saying apathy is worse. Like,
Well, no. I think being that age and not even knowing how you would, like, I mean, I guess the people who are scared that they'll fall off the ladder, that's just pathetic.
Gen Zers are scared of everything.
Yeah.
Little bitches.
But if it's like, I don't know how, is that their fault? Or did who failed them?
Well, I feel like changing a light bulb wouldn't be an I don't know how thing. Like, wouldn't you just do it? Don't you just do it? Like, don't you?
And also, even if you didn't know,
I don't even think
wouldn't
you have to
Google
teach
it?
that. Yeah. Yeah. Do you really have to teach changing a light bulb, or do you just kind of figure it out?
I think it's probably one of those things that we all learn by having watched someone else do it.
Really?
I mean,
you don't just.
I don't remember my dad ever sitting me down and being like, "This is how you change a light bulb." But I don't remember the first time I did it by myself. I probably just watched my mom get up on a step stool or my dad get up on a ladder and do it.
I think it's just one of those things where a light's out and you go, "Wow, I gotta swap that out. Like, how do I do that?" And then you just go like poking around at it, you know, like you do anything else. Like, oh, it screws. Oh, there we go. It screws out.
I do remember one time feeling very accomplished when I changed the headlight on my car that was burned out.
Yeah,
I was at one point an individual who would be like, I don't know how to do this. I better take it to the auto shop and let them do it. And then I'm like, I can read my car manual. I can pop this bulb out.
That's a good feeling. Because some of those aren't that easy.
And then I was very proud of myself, and then I was told by a lot of other people that you should not be proud of yourself. That's basic bitch stuff.
Are some of those not that easy? I have had that where I've had the car in the shop, and the guys in the shop struggle to change because they can't get the damn thing off. So I don't know.
That's a possibility.
But anyway, I think that basic what am I trying to say? Basic electrical, I finally got there, is not hard, but
it is dangerous.
Exactly.
Or can be.
And I'm not saying changing a light bulb. I'm just talking about basic electrical.
Right.
Like swapping out a ceiling fan.
My wife does a lot of fixtures.
Yeah, exactly.
and she even says, she goes, "Oh, my method, just to make sure the power's off and then hope I get it right."
That's exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not that hard. Like you can actually
It's a pretty simple
out.
concept.
You just need to make sure you're not going to die.
Yeah.
And and there's one way to do that. Shut it all off. And then you can go messing around and it's kind of fun. Yeah. Attach this to that, this to that. The kids. Freaking Will. I blame it on Will Ortner. Well, everybody have a great weekend. Here we go again with a weekend.
Don't get sick in Vegas.
Yeah, I'm going to Vegas, so I'll be back Thursday.
Win some money. Don't get sick.
We'll see. Yeah, I'm going to try. I'm going to take some precautions. See what happens. Everybody, Souk is back Monday. 3 to 7 on Fan. Good night.